Good morning, everybody. We live yet? Yeah, we're live. Been a little while. I'm back. Very back. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it that I was so back, but definitely very back. Get my bearings here. I'm only 8 over admin cap. Okay. A lot of my counselors were just advising, too. Let's get a status on research here. We're already dipping into nuclear fusion. This game, it's a skill issue. The game should explain itself better. It's I've been playing it for 1,200 hours, and there's still so many things about it that I haven't learned yet. That's you would think that that's on me, but there's just a lot of things that I had to, in order to learn and actually confirm 100%. I had to open up the game's code to actually learn it, and that's a skill issue on the devs' part. That's not me. And that just means that the devs haven't explained the game well enough, which is, well, I was hoping they would fix that before 1.0, but it's alright. It's a lot of fun. Learning is fun sometimes. A little bit more fun to learn it by actually doing than to actually have to open up the game's code, though. Okay. Got one of my guys doing suppression of xenoflora over here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that all by himself. I probably should peel a few of my counselors off to help him. I had grand plans to upgrade my infrastructure on Mars once we get the solar mirror array technology research. It was the fine aspects of nation building. It's alright, now the game has granted the game has gotten a lot better about this. Back in the day, I had to look at the code to figure out some of this. If you mouse over cohesion, this big wall of text here, a lot of this did not used to be here if you just moused over cohesion. The various ways that it changes over time, and the different factors at play, the pluses and minuses there, that was a very important thing to figure out, and it took a long time to figure out without this lovely user interface. So that definitely isn't the thing that you have to look into the code for anymore. But what are different ways to improve this? That is a little bit more obscure. What if you want to get more cohesion very easily? You can. I think this might be explained if you do a, isn't there a Intel? No, I don't know. There might be a, I actually thought there was an in-game help menu, but I've not looked for one in a very long time, so I couldn't tell you. In any case, there used to be a way of, oh no, there still is. There's a way to improve your cohesion very easily by setting rivals. The rivals have to be of an equal or greater command point level. So the fact that the South American Union here has 4 command points, I could set rivalry with Turkey, or Iran here. Turkey, I think, is too democratic. Yeah, they're, I don't know. I actually don't know. Turkey being an anocracy at 5.8. South American Union, I've gotten to flawed democracy at 6.8. So what that means is, if I set rivalry with Iran, for example, that's a very easy thing to do. Iran is close enough to me. It's got 3 command points instead of 4. I think that would still work. And what that would do is that would increase my baseline cohesion. So this number here that cohesion trends towards would go up by 0.5. Yeah, as you can see, I've already got 4 rivals. I've got Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Myanmar. And the reason for that is those are all, well, Myanmar is no longer relevant, but Iraq is probably no longer relevant either. But I know Russia and Saudi Arabia are both 4 command point nations with an opposite government structure. So they're authoritarian as opposed to democratic. And therefore, by making them my rivals, it's increasing national cohesion, the baseline cohesion. The baseline cohesion being what the cohesion trends towards over time, right? So that's the game doesn't explain anything about rivalries as far as I know. If it explains it somewhere, I don't know where. That is something that I had to look into the game code to, and I wasn't even looking for it when I found it. I was looking for these various plus and minus factors that thankfully are now shown in the base game. You don't have to go look in the code for that. But it's right there in the middle where it says +2 from near peer or stronger rivalries. The game doesn't explain how to get that +2. So it's nice that it shows that it's there. Okay. So if we read the text right there, autocratic governments, wars, and near-peer rivalries where at least one nation isn't a democracy. That's not a very well-phrased way to explain it, but yeah, I mean, would you be able to glean everything I just explained from that one sentence? Probably not. But yeah, you can do that as many as 5. You can make as many as 5 rivals before diminishing returns. And I don't think any of the nations that I'm trying to build up, South American Union and African Union, I don't think either of them actually need any more rivals at the moment, which is good. Well, actually, I take that back. SAU could probably use a couple of rivals that are more relevant. Let's try. Actually, I just mentioned Turkey. Let's try Turkey. It is an anocracy. It might not count, but it is worth a try because it's one of the very few 4 command point nations that is not a democracy, or at least not an outright democracy. So I would have to go to manage relations under the initiatives to control them. Yeah, okay. So as you can see, instead of a +2, it's a +2.5. So now it will trend towards 3.28, which is better, but it's still lower than what it currently is, so it's going to keep trending downwards. So as you can see, it's a stopgap measure at best. That's alright. There's pretty much no other options. Well, I mean, China is always an option, but... Okay, yeah, well, fuck it, we'll do China. I also need to set the United States to be an ally anyway. While we're spending. So now it's got a +3. So now its baseline is 3.78, which is, you know, it's basically going to keep it equilibrium. Meanwhile, it's going to continue building knowledge in government. That's really, I kind of want a battery farm research from the entire South American continent. All of my homies south of the equator here are going to be research fellows. I still don't know exactly why the resistance chose to declare war on Cameroon. It is a very, very small African nation that they're not going to get anything if they take it over, but okay. I'm eventually going to be conquering it myself, because when I conquer it, it will integrate into the African Union. When they conquer it, all it's going to do is change a command point. One command point. The AI makes baffling decisions. Truly baffling. Anyway, I think my counselor's action economy is fine. I don't need to go changing them around just yet. Now, one of the reasons that I've got... I had them all hunting xenoflora at one point. That is a good way to raise their experience levels. I think if you have everybody hunting xenoflora, and they're not always failing, that is some of the highest return on investment that you'll get for experience, counselor experience each turn. Short of something completely unsustainable like taking over habs, I think something like taking over a hab might get you more experience than hunting xenoflora, but that's very unsustainable. There's only so many habs you can take over at once. Xenoflora is all over the friggin' map. There's plenty of it to attack. Alright. Yeah, we're fine at this. Let's see what's going on here.
If the nearest horizon is all you desire, you may have it.
Nope. I love it when the AI does this. The AI comes at me and they're like, hey, why don't you give me your best org and I'll give you a bunch of crap you don't need. Go away.
Offering support. Offering assistance. Offering counsel. Offering support.
Offering counsel.
Jeez Louise, we're up to 20 IP in the South American Union. Alright, I'm probably going to reallocate China's IP as soon as I get their welfare down, or, inequality. Actually, their inequality is equal to the United States at this point. The unthinkable has happened.
Few things clear your mind and focus your output as effectively as a sharp blast of cold.
High temperature superconductors. What was my next... after that, we need to clean up some of the earlier game text that we didn't focus on. I don't know the meta for particle weapons right now. I feel like during the open, during the early access phase, which is where I got most of my hours, I feel like particle weapons were, most of the time they were weak, except for, like, particle point defense was really good for a while. I never fucked with it enough. I really didn't. I feel like I shouldn't ignore it. I feel like I should go ahead and get it, but should I prioritize other things first? Hang on, I was looking at antimatter for a minute there earlier. It is too early for me to consider actually building up antimatter infrastructure, but it would be nice to be able to do so as soon as the time comes. There's some materials science that we could definitely pick. And that's exactly what we're going to pick because we need all of it. Molecular assemblers are prereq for lots of things. Now, if I wanted a gun straight for antimatter containment, I would have to do advanced hydrogen containment first. Solid state hydrogen containment, maybe? A man could dream. Someday we will live to see solid-state hydrogen storage. That is a realistic technology that I think we'll see IRL, and I think it'll be amazing. I'm very, very sad that it looks like research is stalled on that. I unironically tracked down papers on that a long time ago, and it seemed... This is back in the 2020s, like early 2020s. Like 2019, 2020, I was actively looking at papers on palladium hydride storage. And it seems to have dried up. Partially probably because LENR was never going to be a thing. And that's okay. LENR is allowed to be a pipe dream. We're never going to have cold fusion. That's okay. That's okay. We don't have to. Solid-state hydrogen storage is still an amazing technology. We should have it by now. Whatever. Advanced hydrogen containment also gets us advanced chemical rockets. Well, 37%. There's nothing stopping me from going for arc lasers right now. You know what? I might actually do arc lasers. I don't necessarily want... I don't want to mainline lasers like I was before. Mainlining lasers is one of the reasons I lost my last campaign. However, I've already gotten better stuff researched. I mean, we got coil guns. Coil guns have been researched, so it doesn't feel bad to get arc lasers now, because now we can complete our early game loadout with some arc laser point defense. That's what you want your lasers for sure, is point defense and screening. Okay, I think we are going to do that. We don't have any other... No, that's fine. That'll feel like it's something that could actually help us in the immediate. Speaking of... Alright, solar mirror array is just about to pop. Anyway, I was talking about the the China and the United States having the same levels of welfare. And I have to keep the game paused now because we have unlocked solar mirrors. I need to get those deployed on Mars, along with a orbital on Mars. The orbital is going to have the same setup as EL-203 here, which is my shipyard for Earth orbit. It's not going to work. It's not even going to be close. Yeah, we're going to have to take it bit by bit, because the solar panels on Earth here are getting me 62 power each. I'm not going to be able to get anywhere near that at Mars. Mars is much farther away. Less solar returns. Now, the Initiative has a small fleet in orbit around Mars here. That's not the worst thing in the world, but what that means is I can't piss off the Initiative while my orbital around Mars is under construction. Because if I do, they absolutely will send these ships to attack anything they can. Which in this case would definitely be an undefended orbital that's under construction around Mars. So I have to keep that in mind. I cannot, and when I say I can't fight the Initiative, I mean I can't, attack any other nations on Earth. I can't start going overtly against them. This is going to cost me 3 mission control. I can handle that. Although it's coming down to the wire on mission control. If I keep spending more and more, the aliens are going to get closer and closer to getting angry at me, because I think it's once you're 50 or above, depending on difficulty. I don't know exactly what difficulty level is what. Now, I also know that you get notifications. Your counselors will start to say that the aliens are taking notice of your space operations. We haven't gotten any of those yet, so we're in the clear right now, but Didn't I start building a construction module here? Yes, no, I do have a construction module underway here. That's going to be completed on July 17th. And that is going to be... That's going to be a lot faster than setting up an orbital with boost. So I should wait for the construction module to finish. When the construction module finishes, then I can upgrade Mars. Okay, so I don't actually need to do anything immediately with Mars. I'm really hoping that construction modules work the way I believe they do. As in the construction module that I'm building there on M03 there. That should enable me to build a satellite around Mars without spending boost. And waiting for everything to come from Earth. If I'm wrong about that, then I'll just be delaying myself for no reason. Setting up a few new rivals for the African Union. I don't like pissing off humanity first like this. I really don't. In fact, I might... I don't know. Let's wanna... Two smaller nations down here by South Africa. Lesotho and Eswatini. Okay. I'm not going to immediately press any of those rivalries. I got to let them cook before I can start conquering. I actually kind of like how my wealth, my inequality levels are actually kind of the same across almost all my nations. African Union, China, and the United States, all 3.8. And then South American Union is 3.5. Indonesia has currently got the least at 3. That's actually kind of funny to me. Just my nation building strategy right there. As soon as it's below the 4.0 mark, I kind of stop pushing it hard. And so it kind of just sustains itself just a little bit below 4. Except in the case of Indonesia, it got a little bit of extra IP. That's okay. I'm not worried about that. I don't think I've researched SEAA yet. No, I haven't. One of the problems is I don't have enough spare command point cap to be... I don't think I can take Thailand right now. Maybe I can. Hang on. 13.27 per command point times 3, that's 39. That would put me 50 over cap. Or at least close enough to 50 over cap. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Malaysia is pretty similar in terms of command point usage. Okay, that's fine. We've got these rivalries cooking for everything south of the line there.
Eyes and numbers.
Ooh, yes. So, one of the asteroids that I'm mining, A92U, has a lucky strike, and that's one of the ones that I have fizzles on. I don't know why this is ever an option. Of course, everybody's going to hit 2. So that increases mining output by 25%. That is very substantial for fizzles. Fizzles are the nectar of the gods. That was... okay. That's actually a really important one that I should not be sitting on. I won't use it very often, but when I do, it would be very, very, very useful. Alright, I'm going on a purging spree now. Xenoflora purging.
Gear up. What's the off?
Pulling all of my counselors for this.
Ready for my mission. Taking it to them. Acknowledged.
Ooh. That's a really powerful, org right there. +2 espionage and +3 security is what's catching my eye there. +2 espionage, +3 security is very, very, very it's gonna make my, weaker counselors much less of a target. It's like right now, Whitney's currently got a +3 security org just to keep her a little bit safer, because she's an advisor, which means she's very easy to find. The AI likes to do surveillance missions close to big national capitals. I think I'm definitely gonna... What happened there? There we go. Definitely taking that. I'm giving it to Whitney. That's not going to get her what I was just trying to do, though. I came in here looking for the ability to... Wow. I came in here looking for the ability to do, attack alien asset. Now, I know some of my other counselors had the ability to do that thanks to an org. Yeah. This one right here, Ars Defensive Services. That's an option. Okay, doesn't look like I'll be able to have all of my counselors doing assault alien asset right now. I don't think, Whitney is not one of the kind of counselors that I can actually turn into something else. Like, I can't give her government or criminal. She is forever stuck to the private sector. That's okay. I've got enough govies and criminals. Need a straight up exec here. I'm out of money too. As attractive as some of those rocketry orgs were, that's okay. Whitney can continue to advise China for now.
Gear up.
Okay. So I've got 5 out of 6 counselors working on xenoflora cleanup in Africa, because I do not want any xenoflora popping up in Africa right now. I don't want it popping up in the United States either. I had one come out of Mexico before. That's not good. But we have a lot less real estate to cover there. So this project right here gives me 15% more fizzles. For the long term, I definitely want that. I mean, I'm getting a lot of fizzles. Relatively speaking, I'm getting more fizzles than anybody else on the map right now. I would like to hurry up and finish that.
Lending my expertise.
These numbers look pretty. Hopefully that translates into success. Oh dear. Who was that? The initiative and the servants had a fight, and the initiative won. Cool. That's great, because that means somebody's fighting the servants, and it's not me. At this stage of the game, if somebody fights the servants, the aliens take offense to that. So I've been kind of avoiding the servants, which is not a good idea. You don't want to avoid them forever. They'll eventually start handing nations to the aliens, if you keep avoiding them. The last thing I want is a repeat of that situation where I had them, they handed India to the alien administration. I don't want that, but I might be able to stop that before it happens this time around. Oops. I'm hitting the F keys to try to fast forward. That's a Project Zomboid reflex. Alright, there is our 15% more fizzles. Now that I've committed to doing big-time economic improvements in Africa, this is going to be an important part of that.
By the numbers. Target secured.
Falling back!
Oh dear. Never seen a critical failure on the Salt Alien asset before. At least that didn't kill him.
Scar 1, we're the good guys.
Target secure.
Alright, I've got my shipyards up. I don't really have any plans for them immediately. Unfortunately, you can't shut them down so that they're not absorbing resources. I would like to, but we can't. The devs found that to be quite overpowered, I guess. But that's alright. It's standing ready to start rolling out ships when the time comes. I don't think there are... I don't have enough... Hang on, let's just take a look at our ship designer. If I wanted to make a simple destroyer, what would the game have me do? I always recommend when you start doing this is start with like a destroyer, maybe give it the defender role, hit auto design, see what the game would do, and then do something more reasonable than what the game would do. 74 propellant tanks. That feels absurd. Particle drive really the best I have right now? Well, particle drive I think is the best. Yeah. I may have been wrong about yeah, particle drive is the best for compact fission. I may have overestimated it slightly. I think I was correct in asserting that it can do local defense. But 74 propellant tanks to get 8 or less than 8 KPS, 74 propellant tanks. Now, we can cut corners. Once you go down this road, this is a dangerous road. Body armor. In the middle here, this is... Every point of this uses tons of weight. So if I just take one chunk of that off, look at that, my KPS goes up from 8 to 10. I've never been the biggest fan of that kind of cutting corners. Now, that being said, 740 water to refill. I would only be able to build a few of these. And that's not good. So, as expected, I mean, 74 propellant tanks is fucking absurd. But that's early game problems right there. I might have actually wanted... It might have been a better idea than I thought to go for advanced hydrogen storage, because I might be able to eke some better numbers out of this. I think there's slush hydrogen tankage that gets us a little bit more return on investment for hydrogen-based engines. Well, I'm not even building ships yet, but now that I have my 3 shipyards I have my 3 shipyards just finished building, so I wanted to see what, like, let's just say I needed ships right now. What would be the best that I could build? And I'm looking at the best I can build, and it's disappointing me very, very much. Now, okay, maybe starting with a destroyer was a problem. Let's just do something real simple like a gunship. Gunship, and then set it to defender as the role, and then hit auto design. What does the game want to do for that? 8 KPS, only 9 tanks of propellant. This is much more reasonable. 9 tanks of propellant means it only costs 90 water to refuel. So lighter ships. Wait, why would it not give it any body armor at all? The auto design did not give it any body armor or tail armor. Okay, I know gunships are kind of supposed to be disposable, but that's a little too disposable for my taste. How about a Corvette? Defender Corvette, auto design. And it still doesn't give it any armor. The game's auto design really doesn't like up armoring these smaller ships. It also only gives it 2 drives. You can have as many as 6 drives. I guess you don't always need that many. With the Corvette, you have a heavy nose cannon, and your nose cannon needs to be facing the target. So our ability to turn is important, but adding more engines doesn't really help us with turning. Engines aren't very gimbaled in this game. You can't necessarily use your engines to turn faster. Turn rate has been a point of contention among the hard lifers who play this game a lot. I haven't even really gotten that deep into the discussion myself. Now, a lot of people glaze monitors. That's been a regular feature. This another thing that the lifers who play this game even more than I do, like twice as much as I do, a lot of them glaze their missile monitors, and not without good reason. I mean, we've got pretty good missile tech researched, as well as coil guns, but we start running into the weight problem. In fact, the weight, I'm just going to call this a weight no-go. We're not going to be able to do anything bigger than small ships right now. So let's try an escort. What if I give it both coil guns and missiles? That's some weak Delta V right there. $220. Yeah, this, if I had to defend myself right now, something close to this is probably what I would be building. This is terrible. I would not want to build one of these. And I'm glad I don't have to. Yeah. Okay, so there's a reason the auto design did not choose side or rear armor. I'm not the kind of guy to build ships that are not gonna, like, have zero chance of surviving if they take a single hit. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't like doing that, just on principle. But there's also the problem that I might have to. I mean, okay, I'll do what I have to do if the situation calls for it, but 160. This is not the worst thing in the world. It's bad. I don't like it, but it would definitely get some saturation out there. And it's definitely not a defender at this point. That we've, by taking the point defense off there and putting another coil gun on it, we've removed any semblance of it being a defender. Why is it picking a water heat sink? I haven't researched any better heat sinks. Okay, that means we have learned something very important from looking at the ship designer here. We have learned that we don't have any good options for heat sinks right now. I've just been sitting on the research for all that. So that means we're definitely going to get some better heat sinks as soon as the next research slot opens up. That'll probably be after directed focus. Okay, so we did learn something important there. The other factions are ahead of us in developing powerful warships. Yeah, Brenda is 100% correct about that. I was literally just looking at it. Speaking of Brenda, you ready for an update? I think with Brenda, my development strategy with her is going to be continue to increase her persuasion now that her admin is at a reasonable level. I don't think she needs any more admin. No, she doesn't need any more admin because she's going to have envoys permanently. Right? Is that a reasonable thing? Take a peek at org management. All of my counselors are 25 by 25. Yeah, that's fine. There's no orgs that I have right now that I would really want to get rid of. Admin related. Maybe upgrade, but not get rid of. See, sometimes my late game strategy involves increasing admin when a level up is ready, and then doing that a couple times, and then pulling off an org that increases admin. But with Brenda, her only org that increases admin is the envoys, and I can't get rid of the envoys. That's Academy. That's basically a free org for the Academy. It's not a very good org as far as faction orgs go. Other factions get much better than that, but that's okay. So that means she is going into command. Or persuasion. If we put points into persuasion, the same principle applies. We keep increasing persuasion, we can peel these orgs off that increase it. While also putting better orgs. So it brings her back to persuasion cap, which is, you know, I always want to have somebody at persuasion cap. Meanwhile, I'm keeping my eyes open for an org that can assault alien, or enables my ability to assault alien asset. This one doesn't count because it's a government org. I need a private sector org that can allow me to assault alien asset, which is, that's asking a lot. Unfortunately, that's not a very common thing. I would be holding on to one in my org garage if that was possible, but it's not. Right, now that China's welfare situation is under control, their knowledge is also halfway decent, but I can't get as big of a return on investment for knowledge increases while their government is in the gutter. There's a long-term fix for the government being in the gutter, but for now, what we're going to do is actually nuke boost our environment and mission control. And we're going to see how that goes. Maybe what I'll do is... Nah, we're going to leave Unity at 10%. That's fine.
We're going in.
Standing by for orders.
Standing by for order.
I need to have my counselors with better command going after the harder targets here.
Taking it to them.
Ready for orders. Taking it to them.
Believe it or not, I think assaulting alien asset, even though it's only Xenoflora, I think that actually does build a little bit of threat. So I can't do this forever. If I see my threat go to level 2... you know, speaking of alien threat, I do have to capture an alien. That's going to require somebody with really good investigation, where he should have no problem with that as soon as I get her just 2 more points in it. She'll be at end cap. Yeah, that should not be a problem. We don't need whales.
I will help them.
Somebody's chasing Worry, and the only person that could be doing that is the Protectorate. I'm gonna have her go to ground.
Target remains operational.
Okay.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Target still in one piece.
By the number.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Going into hiding.
Where to? Eyes on target.
Standing by for orders. We're going in. What's the op?
I asked for an org that lets me assault alien asset, and the game generates another Special Forces group, which can only be assigned to a government counselor. Whatever. Gonna have Whitney help out the clearing ops here. She's going to surveil, even though she can't clear.
Surveilling target area.
There we go. I can now spend ludicrous amounts of resources to help complete a mission. Very, very rarely will I ever use that, but it's good to know that I can. Speaking of ludicrous, operations centers, not a very good idea. Oh, I need to be going for heat sinks. I think molten salt is one of the good ones that I can do at this stage. I think there were a couple of options. Molten salt was the one that I have favorited, so I think that's probably the one I should be going for. Alternative options were sodium. Well, exotic heat sinks, of course. Do I want to be spending exotics on a heat sink right now? Do I ever want to be spending exotics on a heat sink? Probably not. Remember, we can't make exotics. We can only get them from aliens. Maybe someday I'll have blown up enough alien ships that I'll just be able to piss away exotics on something like a heat sink. Today's not that day. Tomorrow won't be that day either.
Evading pursuits.
Setting a watch.
Oh yeah, look at all that crap. It's everywhere.
Surveillance complete.
Yeah, it is servants. Right, so now I currently don't have anybody advising my nations. So look at that, the US and China produce almost exactly the same amount of research right now.
Target destroyed.
To understand research production, you have to look at cohesion and governance score, and then education. So education obviously is your baseline stat, but
By the
the effectiveness of the education at contributing to research output is gated by your government score and your cohesion. If you are let's just say you have perfect both, the perfect cohesion score to target is 5, and the perfect government score is 10. At that point, at 10 governance, you know, that's your perfect democracy right there. At 10 governance and 5 cohesion, you're getting the max return on investment for anything you boost into education. So that's why the United States right now, with its 8.2 democracy and exactly 5.0 cohesion, is getting great return on investment on that. I should have done this one a while ago. Autonomous research groups, chances to unlock in any project go up at 10%. All unlocked projects have a chance, 1% chance to become available to research, plus 1% chance every month. Catching up on a few older texts here. It shouldn't take long. Yeah, let's just catch up on all of these older military texts here that I've been neglecting. It'll be a little while before I'll have the capacity to have Marines at all of my stations, but it's going to be something I'll need eventually.
Target destroyed.
Need is a bit of a strong word, but I'm going to have one eventually. We are deficient in our production of water. Alright, buddy. Whatever you say. Now, the reason he said that is probably because the AI is looking at our auto designer and seeing that our best tech is pedal drive, which requires mountains of water per ship. But I won't be building that many ships like that. That is a stopgap measure at best.
Going in hot. At your service. Going in hot. Standing by for orders. Gear up.
Standing by. Offering assistance.
I'm here. We're going in.
Standing by. We're going in.
Currently 8 over cap still. My total cap went up, but my usage went up too. Yeah, that looks like a better breakdown for Africa right now. We do want to have them start getting into mission control. They don't have the ability to build too much, but 21 is nothing to sniff your nose at. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay. For anybody joining, welcome. We are in 2034 right now. Did I get my stream title wrong? I did. I was off by a couple of years. So, stream title says 2032. We're actually at 2034. Oops, sorry about that. But I did at least qualify it by saying "and on," because I do expect that we'll get a couple of years on this session. Okay, let's get started with this turn. We should pop through a couple of military techs for this
Offering
phase.
cancel.
Great. EL206. That is an admin tower. Oh, the fucking debris wiped it out completely. Even worse than we feared. Cascading failure. Well, okay. At least it's still intact. But what that means is I need to research. There's actually a research project for that. I actually do think that this is a pretty decent layout for an Earth shipyard. if I needed to build more shipyards around Earth orbit, they would probably follow this template at this stage. Thanks to the farm is negating almost the exact amount of, well, it can negate up to 600 crew, and this one has 440. So close, but not quite. The 2 layered defense, that's great. 8-inch gun battery. Oh, that's because I don't have any lasers. So what it does is it your point defense arrays on your satellites automatically upgrade based on the best available weaponry that you have researched in your projects. I haven't researched anything laser related, so it's got just a regular gun in there now. But at least it has a coil gun battery. Unfortunately, you can't manually choose. If I could, I would just slap 2 coil guns in there. Alright, that's not good. You know, to be entirely honest, I don't really care. I would have given it to them for free. But the fact that they can do that tells me that I have a security problem. They probably targeted... I don't know who they targeted. Who's got lowest security right now? Everybody is over 10. That's very not good. Like, that is as not good as... That means they've got a very powerful counselor. Wait a minute. Okay. Steel research. Does that even require a counselor? Oh, I could be an idiot. They might be stealing it for one of my halves. So you can actually send counselors up to orbitals and do that to steal research. It doesn't look like there is anybody in any of my halves, but I also don't know if there's somebody that maybe is completely undetected in one of my halves. I have no idea. I've already researched the tech that should make it harder to steal or sabotage. It's more than anything I'm worried about sabotage. I don't really care that much if the AI wants to steal my research. It's just the principle of the thing, right? If they have somebody who is capable of stealing, then they also have somebody who's capable of sabotaging, and sabotaging is... I do not want that to happen, so... I'll consider that a warning shot, I suppose. Yeah, I'm gonna have to consider that a warning shot. Alright, molten salt heat sinks are done. So are... Let's just go straight into improved coil guns. Yeah, we're going hard. We're going straight into that. Not the best idea to split between 2 different military techs, but that's okay.
Target remains operational.
I haven't rolled a nat 1 in this game in a very long time. At least it was on a mission that he can't die from. But man.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Target destroyed.
Imagine rolling a nat 1 on a
Target
D100.
destroyed.
The NZ is secure.
Finally, we're starting to get some wipeout notifications. Ah, this would have been an opportunity to pay a lot of money to get some very interesting long-term benefits. So the science tour event that starts happening when you have some big research facilities in your orbitals. We could, if we had a lot of money. We could spend 10 grand. I mean, I'm actually, I feel rich having 1.2 in the bank right now. But no, if I had 10 grand, I would be able to increase off-Earth mining by 5% and ships by 5%. That would have been a permanent buff right there. So what that tells me is I need to have more money. I need to have a lot more money. Now that, not the worst situation in the world to be in. I can get more money. I can get a fair bit of more money. Who was it? Who was it who got the best spot on the moon? I think it was the Protectorate. Oh no, it was Project Exodus. So on the moon there is a site with 3.1 fizzles. And it's based on bonuses, it's producing 5.7. I kind of want that. I mean, and look at this. The AI is really wasting. They don't know how to build good habs. 3 skunkworks on the moon. These should be space hospitals. If you're gonna build a tier 2 base on the moon, you are wasting money if you don't have a space hospital. Put a space hospital on your moon bases, make tons of money. Oh, in the fuck? I am lightly baffled by this. How do they get such good fizzles? What in the... Alright. So... I can't see their bonuses right now, and that's really annoying me. So the... 24 fizzles. Baseline 15.3. It's a stony asteroid. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so I've learned something very important just now. It wasn't what I was set out to learn, but I learned something. I never considered that this was even a fucking possibility. I didn't know that this was possible. A stony asteroid with 15 fizzles. If I had seen this, I would have colonized it immediately, but I didn't. And I never would have seen this because I don't probe stony. Or I don't probe carbonaceous. I don't see the point if there's whatever you could find in a carbonaceous, you can usually find tons more elsewhere. But 15 fizzles, baseline, on a carbonaceous. No wonder they're taking home 27. I'd probably be taking home more if I had colonized it. But my god. That is... Okay. Good to know. Good to know. looks like there are a lot of these that I missed. Oh, okay, maybe not a lot, but stony asteroids with fizzles on them. Okay. I'm just gonna add that to my notes. Always probe stony. Well, let's you know what? Let's just look through those other habs. What do we have here? Sika Saxum. That is producing a baseline 16. Look at that. It's also stony. I'm getting some Space Engineers vibes right now. If anybody's ever played Space Engineers, it is something that I do play a lot of. I've never played it on stream before. It's probably one of the least interesting games that I play that could probably be streamed. Now, okay, maybe I could make it fun, but okay. So, Space Engineers. What's the premise of that game? You're just going out there building things, and one of the main objectives in the game is to secure resources. And probing asteroids for uranium in that game is actually quite difficult. One of your strategies is to visually check the asteroids, but actually going to that asteroid with a probe or in person is a lot of effort. And I'm getting a lot of vibes like that right now, because trying to probe every single stony asteroid is a nightmare. It's one of the reasons I don't do it. But 16 fizzles. I just, this is blowing my fucking mind right now. I did not think that this was possible. What is this one? Is this one also stony? Of course it is. Now, I never... Okay, so I never actually... That's kind of funny. You see... Okay, look at this, look at this. I don't have intel on the resources here. I do have intel on the resources there. That must be because the... either the servants or the protectorate had access to the information of the initiative. Because I've never penetrated the initiative. But I had their intel. Or maybe somebody else had surveyed it. But in any case, here's another another stony that had 0 to 0.8, allegedly. But then, if we actually look at the base, they're producing, their take-home is 18.2. Let me guess, this one's also stony, isn't it? Dry stony. A dry stony asteroid. Okay. I have learned a very important lesson. Don't neglect your stony asteroids. They might surprise you with how many fizzles they have. I feel like I got a meme on myself for that, but in any case. Never watch my streams assuming that I know all the angles. Maybe in Zomboid I'm a little closer there, but this game, nope, not even close at this point. For me to miss something that fundamental, I feel, yeah. Anyway, the reason I started looking at my satellites was actually to wonder whether I should steal one of the moon bases, and that's what got me looking at fizzles. The moon base having only 3 fizzles when there's those other things out there, See, I'm gonna steal a base that has fizzles. Wow. Okay. So when I say the word steal a base, what I mean is I have to send a counselor there, and that counselor has to be able to. I mean, Brenda could do it. Brenda has got 25 persuasion. She could probably overthrow most any of these. But what does that entail? That entails me sending one of my counselors to the base in question. That's not happening for any of these asteroids. I'm not going to have my counselor out of commission for 2 years as they fly on one of a really shitty ship to one of these asteroids just to steal a base. I want fizzles, but I'm not that desperate for fizzles. I won't take Brenda out of the action pool for 2 years to get some fizzles, not even 20 fizzles. It's not worth it until I can get some better ships. But going to the moon is a lot easier. Going to the moon is a lot easier, and I might actually do it. I might actually do it. Let's see how bad my ships look now that I can do slightly better radiators. Still pretty bad. Our combat acceleration seems to have gone up, which is great. You always want that combat acceleration. Different roles don't really change much for the AI auto design here. So I might actually end up building a couple ships. But let's see real quick if we are, now that we've got some molten assault heat sinks, that is the best I can do currently. Same with pin drop radiator is actually something that was a lot of research, but I went straight to it because that is still one of your best non-exotic radiators. That has not changed throughout early access. So, okay, before I build any more any ships at all, there are several weapons techs that I need to. I mean, both of these need to be finished. I want some better coil guns first. So we are going to hold off on everything that I just described. But once those two techs pops, when I get those two techs done, and then maybe the improved missile tech as well, then I'll go ahead and roll out some ships just to have a defensive fleet around Earth. We'll get Brenda to the moon. She'll take over that base. That's going to piss off. That's going to piss off. That's going to piss off Project Exodus. What nations do they have? A lot of very small nations. Saudi Arabia is split, though. They must only have executive. So their top nations are Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iran, Vietnam. Vietnam is a nuclear nation now. Which is, I just find that very interesting. That the Project Exodus, of all people, decided to make Vietnam become nuclear. But yeah, Saudi Arabia is still split among 4 different factions, so that's not even a thing. Pakistan is split just between 1. Pakistan is not very substantial, though. Nuclear potential, army potential, but the starting stats are very, very painful to deal with. I'm going to have to go loud against Project Exodus eventually anyway. If I want to complete my long-term nation-building strategies, I'm going to have to kick them out of all these nations here, and in order to roll them into Thailand for the Southeast Asian Alliance. So, in that case, yeah, I have no qualms going up against the Project Exodus. It's a question of when, not if. Anyway. We should have clicked 1 on this event a long time ago. Sounds like my counselor is ready for some uptoots. And Makandra is getting command. Ronald is also getting command. Command is one of those stats that all of my counselors have kind of been sitting on. I really need to be... I should have at least one counselor who's got really, really good command. But kind of one of my strategies is to just kind of neglect command-based missions early on. Because my strategy doesn't demand that I use it very often. but you definitely want to have the ability to do, or have somebody with really high command stat late game. You always want to have that late game. Various things will come up. So we still only have one org capable of giving assault alien asset, or sorry, 2 orgs, both of which are Govy. I vividly remember there being a cartel that actually gave you the ability to assault alien asset. And I also need to resist the temptation to buy any more, at least not at the moment. I should not be trying to buy any more implants. I should be focusing on getting more cash production before I do that. And in order to get cash production, I need some space hospitals. That's my goal for that. And in order to do that, I would like to steal that hab on the moon. Because if I'm going to have another Tier 2 orbital that's not currently being used, I could upgrade one of my L2s, and I do intend on doing that eventually. But I'm I don't know. With these L2s, it's been mid. Right now, all I really want out of them is the admin tower and the broadcast outlet. And they're serving that purpose swimmingly. While I'm thinking about that, MO3 is going to be done on 17 July, so we have 2 months left before we have to start thinking about Mars getting its infrastructure upgrades. And Mars will not be able to do any space hospitals, of course. So my ability to make money on Mars is not going to be, you don't go to Mars to make money. That'll get me the ability to update my mines, which will get me some more basic space resources. $158 mission control. China is a beast, an absolute beast. Alright. Counselors, continue the cleanup of garbage here.
Heading to the LZ.
Standing by. We're going in. Where to? On Overwatch.
What's the op? Going in hot.
Ready to go. Going in hot.
Macondra could use some slightly better science orgs, but there's not very many options on the market right now. Now that one's not a bad one. Honestly, that one's not a bad one at all. But I would not give that to him. I would probably give that to someone like Jeannois. because her science is already at the max. Hang on, org management. Let's take a look at that real quick. I should make sure that I don't have any more private sector orgs that can do assault alien asset. These ones that give +1 command. Whenever I see those, I'm always like, oh, is that one that can give? No, it's not one that can give the mission that I'm looking for here. This one right here, Stratus Rocketry, only costs 2 pips, gives 9% military build up. That's equal to DARPA. DARPA gives that's better than DARPA. DARPA gives 8%, and it only gives 1 science. But that's not really why I take DARPA. DARPA is the 15% military science research, of which I don't really have anything else that does that. 10% space science. So if I slightly rework Jeannois right now, I can probably optimize her. Hang on a second. Is she can get a neural interlink, so I can just literally click a button and spend $1,000 and get her +1 science, like right now if I wanted to. So she literally can afford to lose 1 science right now. But it's a damn shame there's nothing that I can peel off of her that would really help that situation. Alright, so if I take off Proteus Foundation here, that puts her back down to 23 science, but then I buy this rocketry org that I really want. That brings up to 24, and then I buy the Neuralink, that brings her back up to 25. But then I just have a +2 science org in the garage that I need to get out of the garage. Okay. That is a good trade right there. That is a good trade. Everybody still has the ability to do what they need to do. Ronald has got even better command than he did before. Stabilize nation. He does not have innately the ability to stabilize nations, so this one right here, Oceanus Foundation, that is necessary to keep on Ronaldo for now. I think he wants to hold on to that. Now this one right here, this one is one that is for long-term help instead of short-term gain. Its takeover defenses are 12, which means I can probably put it in the org garage and not have it get stolen. If I did that, I don't think there's any other orgs right now that I would really want to slap onto them. Well, okay. Something that gives 7% mission control is nice, but that's a 3-star org for only 7% mission control, and then just a little bit of other stuff. That's not that much. Oh, Light Star Orbital is something that I always kind of like to look at. It's not... It's +2 science is what it is. That's what you're really getting if you take that. And I was about to sell this one, but if I don't... You know, what this does, though, is this gives me growing room for my counselors. If I want to update some stats and then slap or trade an org like Naos Foundation and put that on there, I can do that now. That's a very long-term concern, though. I think overall this will cost me a little bit of admin cap, and I'm okay with that. This is going to cost me $1,000. That's okay. I didn't lose that much, just 1 admin cap from where I was before.
Setting a watch. Offering assistance.
Oh, would you look at that? A bunch of xenoflora that needs to still get cleaned up.
Target secured.
Target secure.
VLZ is secure.
Unable to destroy target.
No changes in org availability. I will be checking quite frequently, because it does feel wrong to not have one of my counselors incapable of joining the efforts here. Admin algorithms is going to pop. That is going to get me. Admin algorithms, when that pops, full tree. Transnational management. This is a massive one. increases our control point management capacity by 120. I think there's nothing bigger than that. This right here, this I wasn't expecting it to be ready anytime soon, but this, when admin algorithms pops, there's a 100% chance we'll get this pretty quickly. This will get us everything we need for all of our nation building activities. To such an extent that I might actually want to start peeling my counselors off of their Xenoflora carbonation projects and on towards prepping for nation yeeting. And 120 control point cap increase. That is freaking wild.
Initiating deep
I
cover.
don't think there's anything else in the game that does that right now. I'm gonna send all of my counselors to ground first.
Going into hiding. Standing
Except for where
by.
she's good. I don't really remember what my targets were before I started continuing with the African Union. South American Union officially has a nice democracy score. They don't need 30% into knowledge. What I'm going to do is pull... Oh, I don't have any maintenance unity right now. That's not good. Yeah, we need to pull 10% over to unity. And... maybe I'll just do a blue split here. Yeah, we'll just do a blue split for now. Knowledge is up to advanced over here. Okay, so when it gets over 11.0, it's 10.96 right now. When it gets above 11.0, I'm going to divest over to military because we need... actually, I might divest over to mission control. We really need... we need one nation that can do really powerful military, and for the long ago, I chose the United States for that. But the United States, you can't scoff at its mission control capacity. We could have as much as 112, and we're not even a fifth of the way there. But in any case...
Restoring order.
Ready to go. Going into hiding.
At your service. Going off the grid.
Alright, all of my counters going to ground in prep for the overthrowing. That's going to be in the not too distant future here. Whitney can't even reduce unrest right now. That's also not good. I feel like I had a duplicate org that could do that. Okay, stabilized nation. Shanhua has this one right here, which is that's a private sector org, so it can go to Whitney. Shanhua has other sources of that right there. And they both give +1 science. So this will be a 1-to-1 switch on science. So this gets Whitney the ability to reduce unrest again, without sacrificing Zhanhua's ability to do so. The only thing about this is that it slightly reduces Zhanhua's security level. Usually Zhanhua is one of my best in terms of security. But now she's down to 10. She's previously been at 12 and or 14, so just something to keep in mind.
We'll make things safe. Evading pursuit.
Hunkering down.
Evading pursuit.
Initiating deep cover.
Oh dear. That means we've located an alien, though. Unless the servants are capable of doing abductions now. I don't think so. This is a returned abductees, not abductions. I know the servants can eventually do the actual abduction thing on behalf of the aliens. But I don't know if they can do this part. In any case, I should definitely investigate whoever this is.
Violence is abating.
We were unable to increase security.
Thanks, Whitney. I give you the ability to do something and you immediately fail it. Ah, yes. We can get rid of some debris by using our onboard laser weapons. Public opinion, yes please. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, this event. Oh, right, I want to do the first one because I want public opinion. Give me that.
Ready for my mission.
I never should have pulled her off of that. Just have her keep advising.
I will help them.
Your orders? Securing our interests.
Ready for orders.
What's the op?
The US is going to expire next month, too. How about Indonesia? Beginning of next year. China. Same time as America. So that means a lot of my defend interests do need to be renewed. July. Yeah, they're right around the same time. So we're just going to be doing defend interests for a couple of turns so that we can get
Protecting our interests.
Ready to
that
go.
taken care of. Oh, Jeannois did not have the ability to do that. So that was another thing that she lost when she transferred that previous agency. Okay. Well, there are other orgs that give defend interests. Okay. Sean marking out defend interests. And
Protecting our interests.
she has more growing room too.
Ready for orders. Securing our control.
Okay, so I need to expect that the economy is going to expand in both SAU and African Union, which means I don't need to be stacking infinite protect interests. So I'm only going to do one. I'm going to do two for South American Union and one for. Actually, no. I'll do two for both. We'll do two for both, but then next turn, Hemicano and Ronaldo will go and assist Brenda and Jeannois, those two. Okay. That's the plan for the next two turns. What about my research? Am I going to pop? I'm not going to pop these yet. I'm kind of hoping that admin algorithms will pop soon, but basically it's looking like the beginning of next month will be pretty big for research because I'll finish both of these coil gun techs and then admin algorithms later in the month.
Securing our interests.
Securing our control. Making things safe for our people.
Offering support.
Protecting our interests.
Securing our interests.
Battery farms complete. couple of smaller techs that I should probably catch up on here. Yeah, I'm just going to catch up on a bunch of these older techs that need to get caught up on. We'll be able to take care of several of those in a single turn. Finally, Cameroon's been conquered. That was an absolute waste of resources by the Resistance, but I guess they got to do something with all these Russian armies. I don't know. It's a weird play. I'll be taking it right back from them soon here. Now, I find this fascinating. Oh, that's not theirs. Okay. For a second, I thought that this army right here that Humanity First had... No. That's a European army. Europe is doing some good old-fashioned colonialism there. Oh, 186. That was just a small ship, I believe. I was supposed to investigate that alien, but then I had a bunch of defend interests expire, and I completely forgot about it. Skill issue. I should not have done that. I should not have forgotten about it. I do have enough counselors that I could have investigated the alien and still re-upped all my defend interests.
At your service.
Yes, I know, Jean-Marc.
Making things safe for our people.
Where do you need me? Securing our control.
So Indonesia is building up its last mission control point. And at that point, it will have no more room to grow.
Securing our control.
Protecting our interests.
Lending my expertise.
All right.
Securing our
And
control.
interests, operations
Making
are
things safe for
handled.
our people.
Those are all the easy ones. Actually, no, it wasn't. There are a bunch of easy ones that are in the military category, but I'm not going to be dedicating all three of my... No, I'm not dedicating all three of my slots to that. We'll grab some of these after we finish what we're currently working on. This is actually a pretty important one, because I still need to capture an alien live in order to progress my faction objectives. Now I will hit a brick wall after I hit progress my faction objectives, which is why I haven't been very aggressive with it. So, stealing
Reporting
projects
in.
does require
Ready.
targeting a counselor, then. Good to know. Who's detected by who right now? Okay.
I'm here.
I will tell our story.
Where do you need me? I will try to sway the public. Acknowledged. We must persuade the people.
Acknowledged.
Your orders.
Ooh, new orgs. Quick peek through that. Another +7 cartel here. I really wish one of these cartels would give me the ability to assault alien assets. Cartels do have the resources to do that. They can literally overthrow small governments. Guess it's a question of interest rather than capability. But yeah, we don't have anybody capable of, or any orgs capable of assault alien asset yet. I don't think this one is going to be better than any of the orgs that I already have. Actually, it might be. Yeah, that only gives 4 plus 1, 2, 5. Everything about this is superior. Well, almost everything. What if I take off Intrepid Counseling? That gives him a little bit of room to grow, but also puts him over cap. And it does free up a little bit of space. Hang on, if I take off this one, that's not a very good org. I only had it because of the +4. If I take off that, put Intrepid Counseling back on, he can handle everything. He can even handle that this one that I pulled off of him. So thanks to that +7, thanks to that cartel I just found, we have been able to free up a little bit of space for improvement on our new guy, Ronald. So most of his admin cap is still coming from stuff that has nothing to do with his stats, but that's okay. What this means is he can add admin cap when he levels up and get some of that that optimizes things further. Yeah, okay. I'm in favor of that. I can give him a management AI, but that's a lot of money. Is there even anything I would give him if he had an extra point? I don't think so. Actually, yes. If he had an extra point, I would sell Bluestone. I would sell Bluestone and buy Sphinx Aerospace instead, because the perks of that are very far across the board there. Yeah, I like that org. It's military development, funding development, boost development, but then also energy research. So for a 2-star, that's kind of like Well, it's like 2 1-stars is what it is. So it's not particularly impressive, but it is something I'd like to have. But in order to buy a management AI, I need money. That's a lot of space resources to sell. I'll be getting more, though. It's okay. After a certain threshold, I'll be able to colonize all of Mercury, and we will be getting metals for the rest of time. So metals is not something that I need to worry about for the extreme long term. Nobles is a different story. I should never sell nobles. Damn it. I say that, but... no, even selling 100 nobles would be, just because I can't predict how many nobles I'm going to find on Mercury. That's the problem. I know I will find tons and tons of metal on Mercury. That is not... metal is actually not, like, something I need to stockpile and really be careful about stockpiling. Volatile... In all of my past runs, I have eventually run into problems with volatiles, nobles, and fizzles. Metals and water I almost never run out of because I usually have enough of that. And now that being said, you can absolutely piss away a massive stockpile of both if you don't play efficiently. That was one of the things I was talking about when we were looking at our ship designer. If I built an entire fleet of ships that I can currently build, I would completely piss away my entire water stockpile for nothing. Literally nothing, because the best drives that I can do right now are a stopgap, of which I should not build that many. So, yeah, okay. I can afford a few more. Damn it. Now I can also, if I was a little bit more willing to spoil nations, I could easily get a cash influx. That's alright.
Making our case.
Where to?
So Ronaldo didn't have the ability to public campaign. You gotta be kidding me. The org that let me public campaign is gone. So I'll have to be keeping my eye out for one of those, I suppose. If I was willing to sacrifice some of Worry's stats, Sagitta Interactive here is able to do public campaign. Both of these are. And both of these are similar. I'm not going to worry about that for now. That is something I will worry about when I have a little bit more money. Because, okay, so if I just swap Lycurgus Prevent Investigations with either of these two, I will not lose anything in the net, but Ronald will gain the ability to public campaign, which I thought he had, but he doesn't. Okay, so we'll wait for getting more money for that. That's not something that is going to... anything that's in the org marketplace here could disappear. So it does make sense to me to push a little bit to get that stuff, but nothing else.
Heading to the LZ.
Offering support.
Alright, there's my construction module on Mars. So I do have to stop what I'm doing and take a look at, make sure that I can now build, I should be able to build an orbit around Mars now. Except I can't. I can't. So this is never fixed. Or, Alright. So, by building that construction module, I gained the ability to... build other sites on Mars. But I can't launch anything into orbit. This is something that I don't think it's made very obvious by the description. We go to my base where I just finished that module. It's MO3 here, the construction module. What does the tooltip say for construction module? Allows founding platforms and outposts. It doesn't say anything about, no, you can't build platforms if you build the construction module on the surface. It doesn't say that. And yet, that's the reality. So I can't, one of the things I wanted to look at was the solar array, the solar reflector tooltip. I wanted to look at the tooltip, but you can't build them around Earth. There's nothing to reflect solar to. And I don't have satellites anywhere else that I can look at. I'm gonna save before I do this. I don't think I'm ever gonna save Scum, but just in case something really stupid happens. Okay. Wait a minute, hang on. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Disregard everything I just said. I can build a platform around Mars, but it has to be a platform, not an orbital. So that was my problem. It's probably because what I just built was a construction module. That's a tier 1 module. So I can found a tier 1 platform using that construction mod. Okay, so I'm not going crazy. Beautiful. So the plan that I had is still possible. It's just going to take a little longer because it's got to go up as a platform first, and then I updude it to a orbital after it finishes building as a platform. And it can already do solar mirrors, even as an L1. Or I'm sorry, even as a tier 1. But that only grants +2 production to solar power modules. So that's I'm not interested in the tier 1 stuff. I would like to go straight to the tier 2 stuff. But it's also going to need defenses. I might as well put some stuff up and then upgrade it. Okay, so I put it up as a platform, and it's already upgrading to orbital. It will be finished. Yeah, that's I'm looking at the numbers and I'm thinking you're 100% correct on that. +2 to every solar panel on the surface would not, even if I did whatchamacallit. Yeah, even if I filled every slot with one, nah, it wouldn't be worth it. And I don't want to spam satellites here. I'm not spamming those satellites. We're gonna do one satellite around Mars, and that's gonna be it for now. Yeah, mirror array. I've already got it researched, so I just need to. But I can't see the. I would have to dig into the tech tree to see any of the stats, and that's fine. I'm not gonna do that right now. That's okay. So I am able to bring all of those plans that I had to fruition. And my other plans involve waiting until the end of July for these coil techs to pop. Then I will reassess my weapons development and research projects. I am starting to propagandize Thailand very hard because we are going to overtake it. As soon as, well, actually, we can start overtaking it even before we get the tech, because it is going to take, we're going to have to take a little while to research the tech after we get it. Ooh. That's actually a very, I should have done this a long time ago. Only 5,000 social science, but it gives 5% of knowledge. 5% of government? Oof. Should have done that a while ago. I'm gonna do that right after this one, because actually I should have done this before starting to spam those public campaigns. And no matter how hard I try, I will not be able to make that happen any faster. That's alright. These 5 campaigns will be... Oh, look at that. Advanced prospecting surveys. Well, we've got a lot of good campaigns, or a lot of good projects coming up here.
Public opinion is moving in our direction. Our case remains unheard.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
So we've got a commanding majority in Thailand now. I should also take a look at my research tabs really quick. So ISS has got nothing specific. ISS has got... Actually, I also need to be looking at these for layered defense upgrades. Oh no, ISS has already got a layered D. And as I predicted, it was laser batteries that need to be on there. so I'm glad that I researched that. Coil gun's already on there. The admin tower. That's been ready for an upgrade for a while. Now, that being said, admin towers cost mission control to upgrade. So I have budgeted the power to upgrade that, but I don't want to be spending more mission control for every one of these admin towers yet. Or do I? This one specifically, I might. And the reason for that is 5% bonus to research production, and we're producing... Wait. What am I talking about, research production? Those are medical centers. It's money production that I would be getting. Okay, so never mind on that. I need money, but I'm not spending mission control on it. Thought I had science centers. Am I insane? Do I not actually have any... No, I do. I have one research campus right now. Or two. EL 102 is my research campus powerhouse. So this is the one that, if the budget allows for it, I'm giving a admin node to, because it is producing 133 research. That is worth 5% more, in addition to the other benefits. You know, I should probably just give it another research campus. I'm going to be going all in. I might not have the power for that, though. I definitely don't have the power for that. Alternatively, I could just build a second one, almost exactly like this. That's something I could do. It's the second farm. The second farm is making me feel like I need to build another research campus, because each farm, I severely underestimated the performance capabilities of farms. Each farm can do up to 600 crew. And even with all of these research campuses, we only have 530 crew on this satellite. So this, what you're looking at right here, is actually a pretty inefficient design. The admin tower will add quite a few crew. Not enough to justify 2 farms, though. I'll just be a little bit over capacity. Which is why if I'm gonna have 2 farms, I feel like I should go ahead and slap something on there that has a lot more crew. It's just that the flip side to that is I'm not gonna have enough power, most likely. There's another thing that I'm not even really factoring into my equations right now. Nanofactories I haven't researched yet, but are gonna be a thing at some point. That being said, nanofactories I think are only gonna be... I don't need to have like one on every platform. I could make a dedicated nanofactory platform later on. I also don't have the heavy fission array. 50. The power cost is 50. I forgot about that. If I started doing fission reactor arrays, I could probably support, I could probably support a lot. But the whole point of getting a lot of fizzle mines is to be able to not have to spend my fizzles on things. So I'm not doing that. I think at this point I would sooner do another it's going to take 80 days. Okay, hang on. Math time. 236 minus 40. Sorry, 236 plus 30. Sorry, 236 plus 40 is my power consumption after... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Hang on a second. So, if I replace this Social Science Research Center with a research campus, that would be minus 16, because that's what it currently costs. I'd be at 260. So if then I need to factor in that I'd be going 50, I would be, my power consumption would be 310. My power consumption would be 310, and I'm currently producing 305. Fuck. That is so close, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, of course, I could just replace one of the solar arrays with a... I think for this one station, I'll do it. For this one station, I'll do it. So what's that? That's going to net me... let's just do the full math on that. That's going to be minus 61 and then plus 85. So now we're looking at production, though. 305 is our current production, minus 61 to get rid of the solar array, plus 85 to replace it. 329. So we would be able to support that. But now I'm thinking about defenses. Now I'm thinking about if I'm going to have that much research in one spot, it feels ludicrous to not have it slightly more defended. Hang on a second. So 310. I should just 85 minus 61. 24. That's what I'm getting 24 more power for each one of those that I build. So 329 is where I'll be at. If I did that twice more. Or sorry, if I just did that twice. I'd be at 353. 310 to 353, I could afford another layered defensive array. So if I replace... Oh shit. I probably should just do the math from the ground up. It would be faster. We have 2 farms. And we're going to bump that up to 4 because we've got 2 farms and 2 farms, 2 defensive arrays. And then the admin tower costs 40, so we're just going to bump that up to 5. So that right there is our farms, defenses, and admin tower. Costs 200 power total. We've already got 2 research campuses. 50 times 2, and I want to bump that up to 3. So 350 would be our power cost if I bumped that up to 3. And that would also only leave us with 4 slots to work with. If I just updated all of those to fission, regular fission, that would be 85 times 4. I would not be able to do it. Yeah, I would be 10 power short. My beautiful symmetrical plans. Beautiful symmetrical plans have been ruined. Wait a minute, hold on. Am I going insane? Yeah, 340, 350. The power cost would be 350. The production would be 340. Fuck. That's all I can say to that is fuck. I'm really mad about it. I'm really mad about it. I feel like I've done these numbers before, too. I feel like I've done these numbers before, and they have made me cry before. I could do a xenoscience. That actually might be a pretty good idea. I mean, the research is middling. And the crew count is middling too. I almost want to just do another layered defensive array if I'm going to be doing it. If I'm going to be going that hard. Let's bump that down to 2. So our power cost is 300. What if I kept all 4 solar arrays as is? That's 61 times 4. No, not a chance. What about 2 solar arrays and 2... If I go split down the middle there. Still no. I would have to do at least 3. I would have to do at least 3 fission reactors instead of solar arrays. And then I would have a surplus of 16. So, no wonder I had a social science research center. It's almost as if I've run these numbers before. But I don't think I was thinking about this exactly. I just find it very funny that that's exactly the surplus that I'll have. Okay. 40 times 5, that's for another PD and the admin tower. So really, at the end of the day, I'd just be rebuilding the Social Science Research Center somewhere else, and then spending a lot of money. And that's not a good idea. So all of those calculations, and I don't think I'm actually going to change it. I'm sorry about that, guys. If you guys were hoping for a big payoff after all of those calculations, I don't have one. I just don't think it's worth it to, because at this rate, if I were to start replacing solar arrays with fission, that would not be worth the fizzles. That really would not be worth the fizzles. I would sooner just redo another one of my satellites in the same mold. Oh, but I would be able to keep it as is if I just replaced the Social Science Research Center with another PD. So I can at least keep this place well defended. I can keep it well defended without going to fizzles. That's really what I want at the end of the day. The second farm is never going to not feel bad. And that's okay, I can deal with that. There will be more options in the distant future. Eventually we'll be able to do fusion reactors. That's a long way away, but eventually we'll be able to do that. In any case, it is now better defended. This is a template that I will be following for another one. It's going to be expensive in terms of mission control, but it will be a worthy expenditure. I do have 2 Xenoscience Research Centers already up. And I kind of like the fact that I've already budgeted for admin nodes on everybody. Whatever. Who would be next? EL204? Well, probably also check and see if has the AI destroyed any, they have. I could build another one right now in L1. I could build a EL103 right now if I wanted to. Fuck it, I'm gonna do that. If the AI wants to free up a spot in L1 for me, because otherwise all the other interface orbits are taken up. I'm doing it. Yeah, so after all that number crunching, we're doing it. And this is going to cost us a grand total of 3 mission control for the satellite itself, 2 for the science centers, and then 1 for the admin tower rather. So that's going to be a total of 6 mission control for this orbital. That's going to bring me to 49. 50 was the hard cap that I set for myself until I get the late game text that helped me bypass that. Fuck. I'm not a big fan of going that close to the cap right now. Or at least the cap that I've set for myself. You know what? Let's probe it. Let's probe the cap. Alright, this one is now called EL103. Because it is low Earth orbit 1. The 3rd satellite I've built there, and it's just going to be a clone of EL102. That is going to be 5 solar arrays. Two farms. Two layered defensive arrays. One admin tower. And 2 research campuses. that is going to very hurt my mission control. Now, of course, I've got a cap of 96. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. That is going to... It's the alien attention. As soon as you get around 50 and above, problems start to happen. But those problems are inevitable. So, we're going to start probing the limit. Let us reorder our... Oh, and I only just realized that we're gonna pop over the cap too, because the Mars base, or the Mars satellite, and then the Mars upgrades. Whatever. Limits were made to be tested. Opportunity has been taken.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Infrared lasers done. This one needs to be prioritized. Advanced prospecting surveys. That is 10% across the board to all mining. Very important one.
At your service.
This is the moments that I live for. Protected control point, doesn't matter. Cutting right through that with minimal influence expenditure
Going after the people.
to an 85% chance of success. I think I need some unrest reduction elsewhere. SAU can use the most.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
I'm here.
Reporting in.
I'm here.
Shanwa still needs her Neuralink. Does not need management AI though. JPL is not necessary. There have always been better options than JPL. Jean was going to be ready for an upgrade next turn anyway.
offering counsel.
Ready for orders. We'll make things safe.
Okay, that feels good.
Lending my expertise.
I will help them.
I do need a cash infusion, though. Unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of spoilage. In the United States is fine. Actually, I want to keep building it. Just for a couple turns, we'll do this.
Order is returning.
Things are stabilizing.
Violence is abating.
Every conflict throughout history.
There's admin algorithms. I don't know if I want to target this. Hang on. Let me see the projects that it gives. Networked propaganda. Can get me loyalty training, which is very important. Oh, that's a +10 right there. Communications hub is +2 strength to public campaign efforts. Network psyops. I would want that eventually. Social media campaigns are less of a chance to guarantee the... I might actually go ahead and do that. It is a prereq for... It is not a prereq for any techs. Okay. I'm not going to do it immediately then. If it was a prereq for any techs, I would do it immediately, but it's not. Let's do extended space survival. Yeah, we're going to do extended space survival and then our space future. In that order. We also still need to do advanced hydrogen containment. That's actually possibly more important. Yeah, it's possibly more immediately important because this will get us... This will, I think, slush hydrogen tankage. Let me double check this. I think slush hydrogen tankage will actually get us a little bit more out of our current ships, current ship capabilities. Yeah, that would basically give our ships 35% more Delta V. Absolutely, we're taking, because I mean, you know, I don't know exactly how long particle drives are going to be my favorite. It's going to be a little while. Particle drives being best in slot for compact solid fission. Yeah, okay. That's not even a question then. We're going slush advanced hydrogen containment first. And that also progresses us slowly towards antimatter. Which... I think we'll do another ship-related tech after we finish this next one over here. Space navies is another thing I gotta do eventually. But I can't be ignoring particle beams forever. Particle beams, space navies, and then our space future. Yeah. The org marketplace is updated, has it? Not really. Ooh. 10% mission control. That's pretty cool. I can't really afford it, but it's cool. 10% mission control development. Damn. Like I said, I can't really afford it, but that's nothing to shake your nose at. That's probably something that I would sell. I would probably sell some of these weaker orgs for that. 10% mission control development. No. Okay, I shouldn't be wasting slots on mission control development unless I have already gotten my cap from orbital. And I'm nowhere near that. Right now we only have one. And we can have as many as 5 of those. 5 space science research. Hang on. The maximum bonus is 30, and each gives 6. Yeah, we can have as many as 5. Okay. Oh wait, no, we have 2. Yeah, we have 2 space science research centers. See, that's something I'm thinking I should probably have a second one of these. A second EL101. Because it's well enough defended, and it is getting me everything in those categories that I care about. Okay, well that means when I'm ready to probe mission control cap, we're doing another EL202. Oh no, wait, EL202 is military. Or at least mostly military. We're 4 out of 5 on military. Okay. Neat. One of those ones I gotta pick up eventually. Haha, there it is. There it is. Okay, as soon as I finish one of the ones at the bottom here. I'm gonna boost through one of them.
Their control is vulnerable now.
Transnational management costs 50,000, and I will be blitzing through it.
Ready to go.
Targeting the center of power.
Reporting in.
Wait, what? Our investments in the boost priority are receiving a 19% diversity bonus from other priorities. What does that mean? What? I'm sorry, what the fuck? I don't understand that. Diversity bonus. Okay. So there's another part of the game that I know nothing about. Directing investment to points to the economy. Directing investment points to the economy priority confers up to a 50% bonus to all other investments for a particular control point. Okay, so it depends on the control point itself. Bonus skills. So this is something I had no idea about. So in African Union, where I'm focusing hard on economy, I'm currently getting a 36% bonus to mission control development, and I'm assuming that's because on this control point, the executive here, I'm spending a very high amount on economy. What if I was spending none? What if I just stopped spending on economy entirely? There are no bonuses. Okay, so the fact that I'm spending a lot in economy is... I guess that makes sense, but where was that explained? Was that in a tutorial that I skipped? Or is that one of those things that you... Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Oh, and it also goes to government. So improving government and economy. Also, environment. And knowledge. And welfare. And unity. Okay, you know what? I have to step away briefly. I'm just going to be gone for like about a minute or so. While I step away, I'm going to give a very long, hard think about this, because this is making me want to reassess all of my everything when it comes to nation development. Okay, so it looks like there's a cutoff on the in the list here, right? So economy, welfare, environment, knowledge, government, unity. Those all seem to provide some bonuses to everything below it in the list. So by being basically what that means is over the long term, optimal, you are getting the most out of any given investment point by making sure that you're always spending a little bit in those top 6 categories. I never knew anything about that. Wow. That is, like I said, I need to step away for a minute, so I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to be thinking about that rather heavily while I step away here. Just a moment. Don't even have my AFK notice up. I had to restart my computer the other day, first time in several months. Imagine that. There it is. Alright, I shall be back in just about a minute or so here. Leave my nation leave my nation green open there for a moment. All right, you're back. Alright, so while I was stepped away there, I realized that large nations are probably going to be the ones, large as in 6 command point nations, probably going to be the ones that can actually benefit the most from the situation that I described there, from the bonuses that I'm talking about here. So we'll use China as a guinea pig here. Let's drop down everything above the line to just 1 point. So the first 6 here. So now we're at these, the 6 that I talked about before that give bonuses to other priorities. We're doing 1 pip for each control point in all 6. I think that gives us a 25% diversity bonus to mission control, 25 to boost, funding, oppression. They're all 25, okay. Now I think that's the most I can get. If I were to take one of these off, it goes down to, no, okay, I was wrong. Hang on, okay, so it's economy. Economy gives 50% to the diversity bonus, while all the other 5 give 20. So what is that ratio? I need the bigger calculator for this. You know what? Let's keep our satellite calculator open here, and let's open another copy of TT Calc. Lovely program, by the way. Highly recommend. TT Calc is just really long number calculation. Uses floating point math for everything. So let's try 50. It's going to be 20 times 4. Or sorry, 20 times 5, because there's 5 that give only 20, and then 1 that gives 50. So basically, the economy priority is... What can I glean from that? Let's try this. Let's try 2 pips in economy and 1 in each other. $28.6. $31.3. Basically, I'm trying to see exactly how high I can get that number to go. $32.6. Now, that being said, it's going to start going down as soon as I start doing more of anything else. Okay, so with this distribution, Mission Control is getting a 30% bonus, and everything else is getting a 27% bonus. So all of the IP that I'm spending right now is, on average, about 30% more effective, because I've distributed it with this new knowledge in mind. Fucking wild. How much have I been missing out on that in the United States? Since that is our basis of comparison. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it's... Okay, so the flip side. There is a flip side to that. Going hard into economy like I am now is going to fuck with the environment, because China has tons of oil resources here, and oil and what is that? I'm assuming these are metals. Mining, we'll just call it mining. Mining and oil resources. So by boosting into economy for China at this rate, 10% into environment is not going to help anything. Like, okay, so even like 10% times well, we're going to have to do advanced math to realize that. This is, we're getting into the point where it's true that nobody truly understands the economy. China has a baseline of... Let's just call it 39.39 for now, because that's what it's showing. It'll go up after we advise. Then we multiply it times 0.1, because we're giving 10%. So that's what it starts out as, 3.939 going into any one of these 10% every turn. Then we multiply that times... I don't know how these bonuses are calculated. I don't know how these bonuses are calculated. It would have to be... Is it cumulative? So for example, with welfare, that's what I'm looking at. 24% bonus from counselor stuff and stations and whatnot, and then 27% from the diversity bonus. So should I be doing 24% plus 27.1%? Let's try that first. It's going to be what we do is we multiply it by 1 plus 0.24. That's our 24% from counselors and control and whatever. Plus 0.271. Okay, so we are getting, assuming that it's calculated cumulatively by the bonuses, what we're actually getting is about a 50% bonus. Yeah, just a little over 50% if it's calculated that way. If it's not calculated that way, the alternative way to calculate it, I don't know which is more common in video games, to be honest, and I haven't looked at the code for this game long enough that I don't know for sure. It would be 1 plus 0.271, and then you divide both of that by 2. Or no. No, it would be times. I don't think that's how it works. Because then the diversity bonus would come... and the only reason I'm speculating that the diversity bonus would come after the knowledge, or the, whatchamacallit, the station and counselor bonus. Station and counselor bonus is 47% for knowledge, for example, and then diversity bonus is 27%. So we're just looking at welfare. If it uses the cumulative calculation, it would be 1.511. That's 51.1%. Or if it uses separate calculations, then it would be 1.576. I have no idea. And to be entirely honest, at this point, I don't really care. Because at the end of the day, it's still more than it would be. Yeah, it's still more than it would be. And the difference, I can't do anything about the difference. I just need to keep the difference. I mean, the difference doesn't actually matter. If it's more, great. If it's not more, oh well. If I just did an even split across the board, that would reduce the diversity of the bonus to mission control down to 21, and then everything else down to 18. But like I said, I can't really afford to just, or it would not be environmentally feasible to just go absolute nuts on economy, as powerful as it would be. So let's try something weighted like this. That keeps my numbers pretty, and it also keeps the bonuses a little higher than they would have been. I spoiled China for a little bit. I'm not going to spoil it anymore. Because, Well, actually, let's pull those points out of welfare and put them into environment, because that's what we need to, that's what China really needs work on right now. The environment score is terrible. I mean, this is 100% true in real life too. China is dumping crap into the atmosphere, and we're all paying the price for it. Now, don't climate change. You know, if I talk about it too much, YouTube will slap the warning on my channel and deboost the video, so I can't talk about it too much. There are certain things you're not allowed to talk about too much on YouTube, and climate change is one of them. Let me just put it this way: the game is pretty good at accurately modeling it. I do think it's underestimating just how much we can do with future technologies. If we actually achieve nuclear fusion, I think the game is lowballing the impact that will have. The game does a pretty good job of modeling a impact, and it is a rather notable impact, but I actually think the game lowballs it a little bit. But I don't know. The devs of this game are definitely bigger climate nerds than I am. One of my buddies is a big old climate science enjoyer. I have not talked to him in a while, especially about Terra Invicta, but I like to imagine that he... I think last I talked to him, I think he said that this game's modeling was pretty good. Compared to other games, at least. I remember that much.
Your orders?
Ready to go.
That means I can stay the course
We'll
for
restore
Africa.
peace to this nation.
Africa needs its economy to go up. Environment be damned. It needs... So basically, environment can come after economy. However... I've been questioning whether to improve the government. And the reason I've been questioning that is, one, I'm going to continue to lose government score as I conquer more nations. I believe that hits your government score hard. I don't know for 100%, but I'm pretty sure that cuts... You take some pretty heavy hits if you just conquer your enemies. And one of the reasons I'm holding off on that as well is the Caliphate. The Caliphate is something that I could bring, basically just spawn it in from Saudi Arabia later in the game. And then that, when you have a high enough Caliphate technologies, you can actually bring the entire African Union into the Caliphate. But the Caliphate, I believe, starts at a government score of 0, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And that's always that has always made the Caliphate a very unattractive choice for me personally, because does it really matter if I can have a massive megacontinent when its government score is all the way down to 0? It will be producing almost no research for me. Like right now, in its current state, the African Union is probably producing more research than a government score 0 nation with 1.5 billion people would. No, so the way it works is Saudi Arabia doesn't turn into the Caliphate. When you research the or at least this is early access brain. This is last time I did Caliphate, was in my 2022 run. The way it worked then was wasn't Riyadh. It was Jeddah. Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This one province right here the Caliphate gets a claim on that. And so the way you would do it is you would have control of Saudi Arabia. You would release the nation of the Caliphate from Saudi Arabia, and the capital of the capital of it would be here in Jeddah. And so because of that, you're releasing a nation that did not exist until you opened up the claim. So while let me first check the tech and make sure that that's still true. We can do a full tree search for Caliphate. The Caliphate. Huh. Okay, there it is. The Caliphate National Capital Region is Jeddah. And so basically, now remember, the caliphate does not currently exist. So because it doesn't exist, you can't just fully convert a nation. You can't fully convert the Saudi Arabia into the caliphate. You have to release the caliphate from Saudi Arabia. So the province of Jeddah basically turns into a one-province nation that is called the caliphate, and from there it has to expand. So if you are playing a run where you have control of a lot of Middle Eastern nations, like some of which are listed on the right side here, you could potentially get those unified with the caliphate very, very quickly late game. But without having the capital region, you wouldn't be able to release it. So basically, I think that all still works the same. You have to control Saudi Arabia and then release the nation from here. It's just that the mechanics of releasing a nation that did not exist until the technology was researched, because of that, how that works, because it didn't exist until the technology was researched. I think it's going to have the default stats. And the default stats have always been, as far as I know, have been 0. But I'm very curious now. I'm going to have an infusion of 120 admin points soon, and I'm going to need things to do with it. I might go ahead and take the caliphate and hold on to it. I mean, I might go ahead and take Saudi Arabia and then release the caliphate from it. Saudi Arabia is a useful thing to have. Now, of course, let's say you're correct, and that it inherits the governance structure of the nation that releases it. That would be 2.4. So I would be effectively losing about half a point in that case, which is a lot better than 3 points. I'll take that for 100%. Things to think about. I would not want to really focus hard on Caliphate until I had all of Africa united into the African Union, because then basically the Caliphate will become the new leader of the African Union. But that is one of the reasons that long term it does not feel useful at all. At least not for a while. It doesn't feel useful to bump up the African Union's governance structure at all. Everything else, though, maybe even environment. Yeah. I mean, it needs... I need environment eventually. Let's try it the other way around. And 27. %. So I can get that up to 28 and then 30. I feel like this is a good distribution because I want to nuke boost its economy. Even though I'm only getting, you see, normally that would send up a red flag for me. My brain is telling me that only 6% in Unity is not going to be enough. But that's 6% in Unity, multiplied by the 23% bonus that I have natively, multiplied somehow by the, or multiplied or added by that 28.8% diversity bonus. So yeah, we're going to see how this plays out for the African Union. And for South American Union, their economy isn't hurting, nor is their environment. But now that I know things about the... I can't unlearn that. Can't unlearn what I've learned. Now this is a 4-point nation, so... And we do want to give it some good government. It is... Ah! Okay. Its government score is so perfect that if I didn't, I would love to not change it. Government score is 69.69. Double nice government. Nicest government on the planet. It doesn't look like much, but this feels a lot better. Because remember, I'm looking at this 8%. Okay, so here's what is really breaking my brain. I wish that instead of having to mouse over and see that our investments are receiving a 33.3% bonus to the diversity thing, and then the 16% bonus from orbitals and counselors, why don't I just see a 8% plus something? That would be amazing. Just instead of a 50%, 50% plus something. That would be so much more intuitive. Even if it's only as an option. It would obviously... now that would be more confusing to a new player. That would be more confusing to a new player. I'm not a new player. I'm somebody who understands the systems, and I would very much like to see them at a glance instead of having to mouse over everything. But that's... Yeah, the devs of this game need to focus on improving the new user experience. They've catered enough to the hardcore long-term players like myself. I literally don't want to be catered to. I want some new folks to be able to enjoy this game, and in order for that to be possible, it would be a lot better if the user interface explained itself better. So features like that can wait. In a perfect world, I would have a checkbox, advanced UI options, show bonuses as additive on the main screen of the nation menu. That would be my dream right there, but I can live without it for now. It's just very, very wacky knowing that those bonuses I just set up are probably better than what I had. Like, I'm literally getting more out of my IP by doing it this way. Okay. Hang on.
Your orders?
Worry has already cracked down 1 point here. We should be cracking down on the second one here. Making sure that I selected the right one. Okay. This is the second term of August. I've gotten ahead of myself. I've gotten pretty far ahead of myself here. It's gonna not be until next year that I finish transnational management. Unless I abandon my own personal project. If I abandon personal projects. What am I doing? These are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers. I can pump these numbers up. I don't care if we're beyond diminishing returns. Let's get this targeting computer tech out of the way so I can have it so that transnational management is my only infotech. That's probably more important than nuke boosting into transnational management. Let's get that one out of the way. We'll select something else and proceed from there. Jean-Hua gets another science. We're spending on the neural interlink. Yeah, command. Worry is ready for another one. I mean, she can get advanced implants too, even though she doesn't really need them right now. I would be able to get a lot more money if I dropped MSS. Is she getting any missions from them? Yes, she cannot detain without MSS. I don't really need her to be able to detain. I mean, there are other ways to detain if you got a spy. Secret Service and Interpol. Secret Service and Interpol are two orgs that they're government orgs, but they give you the ability to detain. And they are so much cheaper than Ministry of State Security here. Let's open org management because Intrepid counts consulting here. If I move that over to worry, I believe I can get rid of MSS. It's not getting me anything else that I'm desperate for. Security is nice. +1 science is nice. None of that is even close to worth $220 a month. Oh, whoa, 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 what do we got here? Omega Aerospace gives 7% to mission control development and +4 to admin cap. Yeah, Ronald can use that. That's going to be very expensive, though. I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford that. Fuck no, I can't afford that. I would have to sell some stuff or spoil. Oh, that would cost him way too much. Yeah, so as much as I would like to have that, no, I can't. There was a cartel that caught my eye. Possibly even a cartel that I sold earlier, but I don't remember. Baddest cartel here. 2 gives 4. That just leaves him 2 over cap. Now, this nerfs worry a little bit, but that's not the worst thing in the world, because she can get... Okay, so I have to consider that she's going to get... I'm going to put ASD back on her. That's going to get her to 21 and 23. But then also, she can take 2 implants to get her +1 to both. So what that really will bring her back up to is once I get some money, she will be back up to... She will be back up to... Um, 24 and... 24 and 22, I think. Yes, 24 and 22. And that's fine. That's fine, because there's still room to grow there. Okay, we're doing this change. We're giving her +1 back to her admin. We're giving her back ASD. So her investigation's back up to 21, espionage back up to 23. As soon as we get a couple grand to spend, we're slapping enhanced senses and countermeasures on her. Then she'll be at 22 and 24, that's what I want my spy to be. So great, excellent, fantastic. That was a word. Salsa Services gives mission assault alien asset. Ronaldo, where you at? Ronaldo. What can I sacrifice on you? Is there something that I can take off that is resilient to hostile takeover? Not really. Well, some of these are. These 3 stars are pretty resilient, but they're also the AI would go after them. I don't know if I don't know if 12 hostile takeover defense is really, yeah, I'm just gonna have to deal with the fact that, the AI is probably gonna steal one of these from me. I can always just steal it back from them. I hate that I have to think about this. I hate that I can't leave an org in my org garage unless it's got, you know, these two right here, hostile defenses, takeover defenses 12. So they're very hard targets to take, and the orgs themselves don't provide that much of a bonus. So the AI is very unlikely to try to take these at all, and if they try, they're much more likely to fail. It's not true for any of these 1 stars or 2 stars. The AI has got plenty of counselors out there that would be able to take them, and I would do nothing. Wouldn't be able to do anything to stop them. So if any of these 1 stars that I put in the org pool, they're going to be gone within a couple turns. I cannot say. I lack the verbiage to describe how much I hate that. I absolutely despise the fact that they don't need to see our counselors to target. They can just straight up target our unassigned org pool without seeing any of our counselors. That was, I disagree very strongly with that design decision. But what am I going to do about it? The game's in 1.0 now. Okay, fuck it. We'll go ahead and take this one off for now. We'll see if it can survive long enough. Ronaldo, wait a minute. Fuck, am I an idiot? I'm not an idiot, am I? I am an idiot. Ronaldo was not the one who needed it. Fuck my... It was Whitney who needed it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Whitney has got room for it if I move some org around here. Whitney, you can... I don't think I actually want that. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Something that takes up 2 stars but only gives 40 monies. That is a relic of times long past. I can think of many things that I would like to replace that with. None of them are jumping out at me right now. So we can go ahead and sell that. Just slap something on him. Okay. Just something. Doesn't have to be much. Alright, that took longer than I wanted it to. But we've got everybody updated, and abilities have been expanded. Whitney can now join the assault asset team. So if we need to do a big cleanup, we can actually use all 6 of our counselors to do it now. Okay. I've wasted way too much time on this turn. But that's mid to late game for you right there. There's a lot of decisions to make.
Offering support.
Arc lasers. That finished earlier than I thought. I was gonna do expanded space survival next, I think. There were some earlier game weapons. I don't have the money for this. I have nothing even resembling the money for this. Cyborging, you can spend a lot of money to get tier 3 implants. This is one of the reasons I kind of wanted to steal that base on the moon and get another orbital full of cashola production. But I think extended space survival is going to get me a little closer to that, because then I can do tier 3, well, ring habs will be in the not too distant future. On the other side of the coin, we've got antimatter to be thinking about, and a prereq for that is particle beams. And I'm not currently spending any energy research anywhere else. Advanced hydrogen containment. This is the side that is going towards antimatter. So actually, after advanced hydrogen containment, I should probably go straight to antimatter and then do particle beams separately. So I should, instead of just waiting for that left side to finish, we'll go ahead and do missile warfare doctrine is important too. I want to have all of the options when it comes to weaponry, since my previous meta has been destroyed. Let's do particle beams. This is one that is very likely to be stolen if I don't keep a close eye on it, because it's only 5,000, and the AI can definitely outpace me if I'm not careful. Wait, I just completed 2 projects at once. Nanofactories are something I should consider. It gets me a lot of money. Oh, and it gets me economic bonuses too. I completely forgot about that. Okay, so if I wanted to do nanofactories to the full economic development capability, that would be 15. I would need 15 total. You know, I actually, in the back of my mind, I probably still have a template. I probably still have a template for nanofactories. To like satellites dedicated to just nanofactories. Let me look at the numbers again real quick. 61 for a solar array, and I need a total of 15. So that would be, if I could somehow get to 5 for each satellite and then do 3. That would be painful. 3 of my satellites dedicated to that. There's part of me that wants to wait for ring habs. I don't know which AI is fighting which faction, but 2 slots have opened up in interface orbit. There's a slot in orbit 1 and 2 now. That's really funny. That's really funny. Who doesn't currently have stations? I've almost got a monopoly on L2. Actually, holy shit, if I put another satellite in L2, I will have a monopoly on L2. That's really funny. That's really funny, and I kind of want to do it. Again, I'm probing the limits of my early game mission control usage. I'm going to go ahead and go for it. I'm going to go for it. An interface orbit is just too good of a thing to pass up at this stage of the game. If I'm just going to do a platform, it doesn't cost me... It costs me almost nothing. And the benefits long-term are very, very, very good. Because I don't have to waste any of the bad will of... the bad will that I would incur with a faction of trying to steal one of their spots somehow. This would be EL104. I won't be updating it anytime soon, so we'll just give it a flag there. And same with EL207, or 08, which is coming up next. Low Earth Orbit 2 is mine. That's really funny. Okay. And if the AI isn't going to capitalize on it, I absolutely will. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I can do a heavy fission. I'm not doing heavy fission. What I need to do before I even start building anything on these, I need to consider my the template that I'm gonna follow. So I don't have the ability to do nanofactories yet, but when I research it, that won't be long from now. So what I should probably do... Broadcast outlet. Networked propaganda is the next thing I need to unlock if I want to do communications hubs and dispense with spending slots on these broadcast outlets. But I don't need to worry about that if I just do a broadcast outlet on L4, which I just put up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to upgrade these yet. What I'm going to do is turn their second power plants into a construction module. That will make it a little easier to upgrade later into a nanofactory. Yeah. Okay, so I have 3 satellites, just tier 1 satellites, that have got their, construction module underway. And the reason I'm doing that is that will make it easier to upgrade that to a nanofactory after I upgrade these 3. And then these 2 right here are going to be research, as is this one. But I'm not going to upgrade them just yet. In fact, because L104 is not going to be upgraded for a little while, we're just going to follow the standard template with this one. It will be another turn and a half before we get our orbital on Mars. Then we need to upgrade Mars in its entirety.
Violence is abating.
Sweet.
Violence is abating.
Things are stabilizing.
We got African Union diminishing returns. Sweet. Good job. Alright, I'm now at 50 mission control exact. So if I'm right to be worried about the limit, then I'm going to start getting notifications soon. If I'm wrong about the limit, then I won't get any notifications at all. I think I am going to retool the United States really quick here. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to this. I could get Dallas to become a core economic region. That is a long way away. I'm not worried about that for now. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is not something I would do for the other nations, but military is the same tier as welfare, welfare, environment, knowledge, government, unity. So if I take that right now, basically all 6 of these with the red dots are contributory to things that give a 20% bonus, while this economy up here gives a 50%. So a very interesting feedback loop at play there. Ooh, those numbers sing. Those numbers are singing to me right now. I am almost liking it. Almost. $22 and 19.5. I feel like I can get that somewhat. I feel like I can get that just a little closer. I'm not gonna. No. This is fine. This is actually pretty good for a 6-point nation right here. What if I did that in mission control instead of military? Still 19.5, but then that drops down to 21.5. So I'm getting 1% more total to mission control by sacrificing 5% in the allocation. Interesting. I have opinions about that, but I don't hate it. I just wish it was a little bit more transparent, but I kind of like that. I think I can live with it. I need a plan for China. I need like a target for environment improvement. I was gonna have a target for education too. We're not gonna change anything about the numbers we just figured out if we swap knowledge over to environment, for example. Nothing about the diversity bonus will change. See, what actually is holding me back at this point is that I've chosen not to worry about China's military. And you see, that's the thing. If I'm not going to worry about China's military, then dismantling China's armies would actually be beneficial, because that would get rid of that would give me more IP back. My IP is currently being reduced by 0.5 per army and 0.5 per navy. But that's small fries. That's a really small amount. $22 and $20. Okay, that's fine. I shouldn't have to think too hard about Indonesia right now. Actually, that's... look at that. That distribution right there gives it even to... Oh no, that's down to 14. Never mind. I'm not worried about environment or government for Indonesia, so I can't make the numbers sing. It's only for my perfect long-term nations that I can really make the numbers sing. I should come up with a master plan for when I get transnational investments, or transnational management, because that's going to be an infusion of 120 management capacity. I need to be able to use that right as soon as it pops. I need to take Taiwan and Thailand. Taiwan is going to be 13.83 times 3. I'm going to need the advanced calculator for this. 13.83 times 3 is Taiwan. Thailand is 13.29 times 3. Now, the rest of this, basically those two. That constitutes 80, because these are two that I'm going to have to hold for a long time. Short-term holds are going to be Malaysia, Singapore, and Dar es Salaam, Brunei. Philippines. Those are going to be short-term holds. So maybe before I touch Taiwan, I should hold those, get them into the Southeast Asian Alliance. I might need to do that in phases. So we'll probably need to consider that as phases. Let's control X here. This is Taiwan. I'm going to need a bigger notepad. That's Malaysia. Wait a minute, no, that was Thailand. Malaysia is less at 12.50 per control point. This is going to be 12.50 times 3. Singapore is 9.31 times 3. Dar es Salaam is very small, 2.17 times 2. I probably don't even need that. This is literally just cleaning up the map. Same with Timor. And the Philippines are 11.83 times 3. I'll put all that together, and that's going to be more than I can afford with, at least I think it is. It's going to be more than I can afford immediately upon getting the new influx. But I am allowed to go over cap a little bit. And I've also got an admin tower coming up. And it's going to take me probably up to a year to actually finish this. Not a full year, but what is my current estimated completion? June 2035. Again, I can really nuke boost this bonus here. And I should. But yeah, that's just a little under a year. But the amount of time that that's going to take... The amount of time that that's going to take, I can probably clean up the problems that I have of being close to cap. I can clean some of that up. Yeah. I mean, if I could just get a small infusion right now, I could eliminate Malaysia as a problem because I could bring them into Indonesia. I could have Malaysia in as a part of Indonesia before we even get started with the SEAA. But that would require a notable reallocation of national resources. And I've also got to keep in mind that I'm going to be gradually expanding the African Union here. Well, maybe a little bit more rapidly than gradually. Okay, things to think about. The irony, of course, being I just got Whitney upgraded so that she can contribute to assault campaigns, when I really should be having my nations advised at this point.
Standing by.
Ready for my mission.
What's the up?
Ready for my mission. Taking it to them.
Where do you need me?
Reporting in. Gear up.
Reporting in. Going in hot.
Standing by. Heading to the LZ.
I'm currently 13 over cap. That's something I need to consider too. I do predict that I'll be able to solve that before transnational management is done researching, but I need to keep that in mind. Okay. I think we are in an okay place right now. We're going to see how these priority sets feel for China and the United States. I mean, honestly, welfare is going to be a problem. It really is. Oh, I could go halfers. Yeah, we could do halfers. We want the environment to be prioritized, but we don't want to lose out on welfare. I should have considered that. Oh, government. I should not be upgrading the government. I forgot about that. China is... Both military and government should not be improved. There's no point. Government is literally, there's no point in improving it because once I roll it into Taiwan, it gets a perfect government. It's just that is a... Rolling it into Taiwan is going to happen a very long time from now. So how about this? We're still going to be losing out on welfare, aren't we? That's okay. Our bonuses are still 20 and 22. So we're not, the diversity bonus rather. We're not losing out anything on the diversity bonus. Because we've kept the allocations in the correct 7 choices that provide the bonuses to the other options. Okay. I feel like that is probably enough to fix the welfare situation. Even though I still got the yellow triangle, I feel like that's going to be outmoded, especially once I get the advisory in. Okay, let's do this.
I will help them.
Offering cancel.
I can afford to spend on military here, so that I'm not breaking the split. How long is this from completion? That won't be until January of next year. But when that does pop, that will get us a tremendous boost to our research income, which I'm very much here for. I need to wait until all of my current projects are completed, because if I don't, I won't have a good beat on what my actual mission control usage is going to be, because I've got a lot of things under construction that aren't using mission control right now, but will as soon as they pop. So no more mission control investment for the moment. That was materials. Oh, wait a minute, I'm doing the materials on the global. Yeah, I should do that. Cool. Sucks for them. Maybe the servants should have done something about it. It's getting a little tiresome, Resistance. That's gonna be my nation someday.
LT is secured.
Target secured.
Their defense was too strong.
Target's still in one piece.
I'm gonna inspire Makandra. Alright. Orbital core in ML101. I am now using... Oh, the mission control is already factored in. Let's get some solar mirror arrays going. That's a +6 to all solar power modules. Currently, a small solar panel is not even factored into the equation. Okay, currently a small solar panel gives 3. So for just one solar mirror, that would give 9. So I'm not quite there with just one mirror, but 2 mirrors would make these solar collectors powerful enough that I can power both of these with just one. So what I'm going to do is go through my Mars outposts and just toss a solar collector on all of them now. And eventually that solar collector will be powerful enough to take over for now that I've completed construction of the satellite. I no longer need the construction module here. We're replacing that back with a admin node. If the max is multiplied by solar module tier, so that I don't even know. All right, here's another problem. I should have a shipyard out here. And it will need to be well defended. But I only need one shipyard because Mars does not need quite as many assets to defend it as Earth. So let's get some plans done here. Let's assume that I do. Where's my? Where is my calculator here? So I'll never be able to improve the solar input. From space, that's okay. 27 times, we're gonna do 6. The mirrors, though. I would like to do more of those. Let's try 4. It's going to cost me 4 times 4 at 16. Not going to be enough. Not even close. I suppose this calls for a fission reactor. At least one. So right now we're budgeting for 2 layered defensive arrays. Yeah, we're going to need to have 2 fission reactor arrays to make this satellite do what I want it to do. Of course, total module count, gotta take that into factor. 4 plus 2, 6, there's 9, there's 10, that's 13. We only have 12 to work with here, right? Yeah, 12. 4 times 3, yeah. So we're over by 1. Actually, what am I doing? These solar panels provide so little power that they're probably not worth it. Yeah, okay. Now that's fascinating because that only gets me... $39 left over. What an odd number. Really? 39? Yeah. That's the odd number that I'm left with because of the silly, the fact that these solar mirror arrays only cost 4 power each. I don't want to have an admin node up here because I don't want this thing producing anything of that would scale well with that. So I might actually do a Skunkworks, honestly. I've been sleeping on Skunkworks. I have a few, but I could have many more. So let's that would actually be pretty good. That would get us exactly what we need. Yeah, we would only have a surplus power of 9. All the bases would be covered. Alright, that's our target. So that means we've got a 3 and a 3. Well, 3 and a 3. Let's put the, start with the fission reactor arrays on the top. Hassan, how's it going? We are building a satellite right now. We are doing 3 nuclear fission reactor arrays. We are doing 2 layered defense arrays. We are doing a farm. We are doing a shipyard. We are doing a skunkworks. And that leaves us with 25 power left to work with. The remaining 4 slots shall go to solar mirror arrays to bonus our ground game on Mars. Look at that. The numbers add up. So the longest thing that's going to take to build here is our shipyard. That's going to be until January of 2035, so we've got a few months for that. Everything else is going to slowly be rolling out here. That's going to give us a total of 6 times 4, 20 more power. Well, this is not going to travel. This is just going to orbit. Think International Space Station. That's what you're looking at there. International Space Station, except it's going around Mars instead of the Earth. That's under construction now. That is going to get our bases on Mars on the surface a little bit more power to work with. That's the wrong one. This is my Earth satellite. I want to be looking at M-01. The remaining slots on Mars have all been taken. Yeah, the AI has been expanding. Can't blame them. Can't blame them. This is why the my advisors are telling me that the other factions are pulling ahead of us. There was a module that I may have actually taken off of my research here. Let's change projects. Let's look at obsoletes and see if I accidentally obsoleted something that I shouldn't have. It would have been a space. Yeah, the kits. The kits. Those I should not have... Yeah, because what these are how we're going to colonize the outer solar system and probably the inner. For all I know, I might even be able to afford to reach... No, that's not going to be good enough. When I get slush hydrogen tankage... slush hydrogen tankage, that's like not... That's like halfway to solid. Why would slush hydrogen tankage that... Where's my solid state hydrogen storage, goddammit? I want solid state hydrogen storage in at least one video game. For what do I have a satellite on Mars? Well, for strategic value. We're trying to fight aliens who are coming in from the outer edges of the solar system, so Mars is a stepping stone to that. But also we are currently mining space resources on Mars. Water, volatiles, metals, nobles, a little bit of fizzles. And those bases on Mars could use some more power. So the orbital that we just built is going to get us more power because it is reflecting sunlight. It's got some solar mirrors on it. Okay, so these kits right here, I need to make sure I research these. Well, actually, I also need to research the solar ones, because the solar ones are what I'm going to be using on Mercury when the time comes for Mercury. Okay, those were the obsoletes I was supposed to pick up. When I next have a slot open on my projects, we will take a look at those. Back to Earth. Alright. All the numbers are green for the first turn of our new IP priorities. Almost all of them. Now the United States with its cohesion problems. That's going to take a little bit more than 10% knowledge and 10% unity to fix. I feel like I might probably want to actually reallocate 5% from that. It is important to boost the military, but our overall numbers shouldn't change if I do this. Yeah, we're still 20% on the big 6, and 22 on the rest. Tropico 6. Yeah, it's a little different. Just a little. This game is a very, very, very niche game. The way it hybridizes. See, some people want to play it for the space combat. But if you want to do space combat, you got to either do the accelerated start, which I haven't tried yet, or do the hundreds of hours of this first. Hundreds of hours of getting things ready for space combat. Because, in case it isn't obvious, humanity is not currently ready for space combat. This game lets you pick up off of where we are at in real life. The canonical start date for the default game now is February 2026. Okay. Now that we've got our Mars orbital set up, we can unpause and continue. Yeah, that's definitely, it's an acquired taste. I know a lot of people who'd be like, fuck that, man, hundreds of hours just to get ready. Can't blame them. Yeah, China's got great numbers, and the United States, probably the reallocation to knowledge is probably going to bring that rate back up. We are still cleaning up Xenoflora over here, but we ran out of targets.
I'm here.
Worry is going to scan for more targets.
Eyes up.
Meanwhile, I'll have Brenda,
At your service.
Ready.
Hemakandra can wipe out this last bit. I was going to inspire this guy,
Gear up.
and I don't even
Acknowledged.
think it's necessary, but I'm out of an abundance of caution. He's failed a couple of high-profile
I'll speak
missions
with them.
recently.
Ready for my mission.
Ronaldo, in the meantime, can work on... Yeah, we got some Xenoflora breaking into the United States here. Actually, I got Dallas right here. Dallas is right here. They can, the army can handle the Xenoforms for me here. Tech 5 army with a, Xenoflora in its hometown. I think it would be, yeah. To be honest, multiplayer for this game, it depends. I feel like a PvP situation would be very miserable because there's just so many ways that players could fuck with each other that it would just, I mean, you know, it would, the same kind of problem that I have with multiplayer and survival crafting games. There are just so many different ways that somebody could fuck with you that it makes the prospect of doing multiplayer that is not co-op would be just so freaking miserable. But co-op multiplayer, yeah, I could absolutely. It would actually be pretty easy. It would be pretty easy if me and my buddy, if me and Panaka were doing multiplayer. If he was rolling, I don't know, if he was rolling Resistance, I was rolling the Academy. I'd do it the other way around if we wanted to, but we could absolutely, we could clean the map easily. And the fact that it would be that easy would probably be the balance adjustments that would have to be made. Not like that's a bad thing, but it is something the devs never planned for, and because of that, we'll probably never see it.
Taking into
The devs have a lot of priorities that they would want to do before ever touching multiplayer. They haven't officially, I actually read their post about this, they have not officially ruled it out, but they have said that it is unrealistic to expect it to ever happen because they've got all these other priorities that they want to handle first. And by the time they handle those priorities, the time for multiplayer will have probably long passed. The fact that the game just went 1.0 is kind of blown its load a little bit, but who knows? Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you had all 8 factions, like if you could get a big enough group of friends together and do a game night and just have everybody play a couple of sessions as all 8 factions, that could be very interesting. Because you see, like a 1v1 situation would be a nightmare for me, personally. Because I'm just thinking of all the different ways that an enemy player could fuck with me while I'm trying to do something. And that would be an absolutely miserable experience. But if I'm not the only one that's a target to get fucked with, if there are, you know, a whole bunch of factions just all kind of, you know, doing their own thing, like a full lobby for this game would probably feel a lot like a really fun tabletop. It would probably feel like a really fun tabletop, especially if you just had, you know, a group of people who you know and are willing to play with you and not just jump in there and be complete wild cards, right? Sometimes you'll get a tabletop where there'll be that one guy. If you know, you know. But if you don't have that guy, that can be pretty fun. I mean, playing against a human player for the servants would be very hard. But if it's not just me, yeah, that's very, very interesting. Anyway. Yeah. You can make a software company in the 1980s. Do things the right way from the beginning, huh? That's an attractive prospect. Oh, Brenda is ready for an upgrade. Brenda is ready for an upgrade. You are getting... if I give her persuasion, that would be great. I've actually pulled all of her persuasion, with the exception of UNESCO. And I want to keep this one because it gives public campaign and stabilized nation. Or at least just public campaign. She gets Delta Force, so she can do anything. I mean, Brenda can fucking assassinate people. She's a diplomat, and she can. I swear to God, Brenda Bradley is my alternate universe Hillary Clinton. A fucking diplomat who can assassinate people. Yeah. So let's go ahead and bump her persuasion then, because that is just good all around. Another fun thing about this is that if I feel like I need money in the short term, I could just go straight for funding. And if I split it between funding and mission control, that would not mess up my calculations for everything else. And it would be an easy split. I wouldn't have to think too hard about it. It'd just go to 5% each. Now, 5% to mission control, even for an economy as big as the United States, that would feel, even with the bonuses, would feel weak. I mean, the mission control capacity, like I said, 112. That's freaking wild. But yeah, let's try that for a little while and see if that helps our funding. We've already helped ourselves a lot with this, getting the MSS out of our out of our org pool. All right, here we go.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Good.
Lending
Are
my
we in?
expertise.
Look at all that.
Initiating
Look at all that.
surveillance.
All that purple.
I will help them.
I hate cleaning up Xenoflora once it gets to a certain point. But I successfully prevented an outbreak in Africa. And I'm okay with that. I couldn't prevent some African nations from getting conquered, but I could prevent Xenoflora from popping up. Those satellites that just finished have still got admin nodes under construction. That's just for another 10 days. And once I get to that, that's set it and forget it. That's going to increase my admin cap, which is great. Thank you, Dallas Division. That is just the core and the dishes. We're still several months away from everything else. That was for L103, right? Yes, L103. L103 has got some very valuable stuff under construction. It's my second research campus site. That's going to be fun. South American Union progressing nicely. Almost all the numbers are green. I can't do much about... These numbers are not going to help me with cohesion problems. 17 to knowledge and 8 to unity is not going to be enough for this. Yeah, I was also under the impression that government was not one of the big four, but it is. It's interesting how the cards have fallen here. Interesting. I think I like that. That gets me a 20 and a 24. That's great. I like that. I like that a lot. That should really help. That should help maintain my cohesion. We're not going to be able to do too much about this the unrest state. We need to improve some other stats before we can get there. But we are improving them, so. Infrared arc laser batteries. Most of this, like for example, the laser batteries and the arc laser cannon, this is mostly to get my point defense up and running. See, actually, by researching those, even though I'm not putting them on my ships, I am actually
By the
getting...
numbers.
Those are being deployed right away on my point defense. Low Earth Orbit 1. Okay. Wait a minute, Victor 17, that's my target. Well, so the Academy does have a victory condition. But I can't quite get there until I've got long-term objectives that are going to pop up after I do these things. I need to capture a Hydra, and I need to attack an alien fleet in space. Both of those are going to raise my threat level. So for the short term, I'm not working on my final objectives. But my final objective, like my final objective, is not yet known to the faction. But I can go ahead and spoil a little bit about it. It's going to involve just being a fleet match for the aliens. So at some point, things are going to go hot between us and the aliens, but we are going to be able to fend them off, and then eventually we're going to get space superiority. And we're going to use that as leverage, along with some other interesting things that I won't spoil. We're going to use leverage to get the aliens to the negotiating table, and once our leverage is strong enough, they're not going to have a choice about it. They're just going to have to cooperate with us. That is the goal. Cooperation. 160 mission control in China. That is a lot. Well, I've gotten a little bit of cash. I should not be spending it all at once, though. I'm not going to. We've got some Xenoflora we can wipe out here.
Gear up.
Ready.
Heading to the LZ.
Where do you need me?
Ready. Gear up.
Ready for my mission.
Oh, I should have
Ready.
somebody else hit the other one.
Standing by for orders. We're going in.
Ready for orders.
Being as there is Xenoflora and Wuhan there.
Going in.
My nations are producing lots and lots of research. South American Union and Indonesia are pretty much on par with each other. China and US also on par with each other. I have a grand total of about 3 billion people. I didn't even really think about that. So 1.5 billion in China. Africa and Indonesia combined is about 1 billion. And then the United States and South American Union, currently in its current form combined, that's about another billion. Or, sorry, 500 million. US and current form of South American Union is 500 million. Add that to China, it's 2. And then down here, I got 3 billion. The total population currently is about 9 billion. So I've got about 1/3 of the planet under my control already in terms of per capita. In terms of popular opinion, I am well over the 1/3 marker. That's what this breakdown is right here in the front center here. There is currently one war going on between Russia and Chad. For some reason, the resistance really likes to conquer small African nations. Not sure what's going on there. I don't think there's any orgs that I'm particularly excited for, but I should also be checking periodically anyway. We've already said no to JPL. And this one is extremely expensive. 10% mission control would be amazing. I don't know who could afford that though, because that would have to just basically take up 3 slots with no returns to the counselor. I don't have anybody who's got 3 slots that they could just give up right now. Yeah, not gonna happen. And that's okay. Okay, we're confirmed for this turn.
Offering assistance.
Offering assistance.
This tells me there's more xenoflora in China than I thought. We're going to need to do a tamp down on that. That might be me deploying some of China's armies.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Adaptive FDI modeling is done. Huh. So that's interesting. Mid-turn, I'm seeing my research bonuses. We're probably going to be able to get transnational management done in less than I thought I would, which is fantastic. I mean, we've already got the plans. That's phase 1 SEA right here is already planned for. Now it's going to take us a few turns. It's going to take us several turns to actually take all of the countries that I want to take. So that will give us plenty of time to actually research the next phase of that. There's a number of techs that I need to do next. Oh, I should have done this one a while ago. Media literacy training. That should be
Target
a
destroyed.
that should be a class in every high school on the planet.
Falling back.
From gigantic atom smashers
Particle
to
beams.
household.
This slot was cleaning up some older ones. We're doing extended space survival next on this side. Wait a minute. Maybe space commerce. Space commerce after extended space survival. Space commerce is going to be really good for that project, space traffic control. The project space traffic control is a 25% bonus to mission control development, which I really want right now. The only reason I'm not going for it immediately is because we just picked... I mean, we need this just as much. Plus, we also just picked a social science that we need to get through first. Now, this is new to me. I've never even seen this before. I'm not going to jump on it, but I'm going to keep it in the regular
Target
radar.
destroyed.
Sweet. We had a wipeout for at least 2 provinces here. I think West Africa is good for now. West Africa is good for now. Oh, look at that. Our admin tower is up and running. And that means we have some admin cap to work with. We're going for Malaysia. Yeah, we're going for Malaysia. What else did we finish? We finished infrared laser cannons. We've got some more military to clean up, so we're going for that next. That is the Marine Assault Unit that will allow my ships to actually take over HABs without destroying them. That'd be nice. If I have enough of them. I may have to do that at Ceres eventually. I don't feel like sending a counselor all the way out there. All those arrows in China are green, and the United States is whatever. We're doing all right. I'm keeping it where it is, where it needs to be. Everything else is green, which is great. That's what I want. I like seeing green arrows. I'm not used to seeing so many at once. I usually see a couple of green arrows and then 1 or 2 red, and I'm used to just saying, whatever. But I don't have to live that way anymore, and it's great. I mean, even Africa, considering that I'm only putting 6% into these other categories, and yet I'm still getting green arrows. Actually, rivalries here. That's going to be interesting to deal with that. I think I'm going to end the rivalry with Indonesia. That's going to bump down the rest state. That's one of the rivalries that I actually have control over. Most of the rest of them I don't, and that's fine. So what we're waiting for in Mars is our solar mirror arrays in orbit are not until December, so we got a few months for that. But then once the solar array is up, we will see what the solar collectors on the ground do. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get rid of my fission piles right away at that point. That's the optimal thing. We'll see how to proceed after that. Because I mean, if I actually get 20 from the solar collectors, fantastic. That's all I can say about that. Wait a minute, no, I won't get 20. It's 6 times 4. That is 24. I'll get a little more than that. So that would, if it is 6 each on a solar collector, that would be 24 plus 3, that'd be 27. 27 per solar collector. So I would be able to replace the, I mean, assuming it actually plays out like that, then I could replace the fission pile with a cheap research site of some kind here. Something that costs less than, actually I'd probably do, that wouldn't be enough for a, yeah, that wouldn't be enough for a lot of things. Oh well. We still have a lot of materials tech to go through. So I could do a materials lab for all of them. That wouldn't, I would probably do a life science lab, to be honest. Or maybe a, options are never really that good. Because remember, I'm not getting any of the bonuses from, well, wait. Point defense array only costs, oh no, never mind. It costs 10. Oh, there's also the factor that, well, that's not that significant. So the actual power that I have to work with is something like 8, because it would be... I should not be putting that much mental energy into this, because I don't even know for a fact if that's how the numbers are going to add up. I need to see what the numbers are as soon as those solar mirrors are done, before I think about that any further. It's not even deserving my mental energy. Let's continue. The end of the turn is coming right up. Yeah, there's the solar panels right there, and that's fine. Okay, I am rediverting all of my effort to taking over Malaysia now. Malaysia is 37.5. I can afford that. I can afford that. My that would put me exactly 30 over cap, and I have proven in the past that I can handle that. I can handle that nicely. So that is exactly what we're doing. Brenda, we're just gonna have everybody do a round of agit prop.
We must persuade the people.
At your service.
At your service.
A full round of agit prop will be
Where to?
way more than enough to... This guy can't do agit prop. That's a problem. There's an org right here that can fix that. He's very close to being able to, get a level up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this org off of him and replace it with... I got really lucky with this. There is an org that gives public campaign right here. Wait. No. That's not the one I was thinking of. Okay, here we are. Alright, now we can public campaign.
Making our case.
So this one round of public campaigns is probably going to be more than enough to get my foot in the door. Yeah, we'll be fine. Malaysia doesn't have much unrest, though. It's got a great democracy score, too. Whitney is ready for an update. You're getting command across the board, I think.
Offering support.
Offering support.
This right here, E-beam, that is particle beam, and it comes in a point defense flavor. I remember at one point in early access there were arguments about particle defense, or particle cannons being best for point defense. I have no idea if that is still relevant. So I'm not going to favorite it, but I'm not going to obsolete it. I'll just leave it. Thank you for the notification. They want their ring habs. I don't blame them. Alright, you guys could have just asked. See, this is what the... I wish the AI would propose a trade that doesn't involve, whatchamacallit, the only trades the AI seems to propose is give me one of your best orgs and we'll give you shit. I wish they would propose trades that say, hey, give us this research force and we'll give you something. I really don't care what they would give me for research. I would give it to them. I'd probably accept any trade deal. If all they want from me is research, I'm literally called the Academy. Sure, I'll give you guys some research. It's what I do. It's what I do. But no, they've got to come steal it like a bunch of thieves. And that always makes me fucking nervous whenever I see that. Whenever I see them stealing stuff, or whenever I see them stealing stuff, I'm like, alright, how long before they start sabotaging instead? I don't have anything in energy right now, so we can do energy projects without taking an L. Great.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
9%.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
28%.
The people will come to our side.
48%. There is EL102 has got its longer oh yeah. EL102, we're still waiting for nothing. That's everything. That's its admin tower too. No, that one already had its admin tower done. That was just a reshuffling. Okay. That was L103. Ah, so I do have another admin tower coming up. And as well as 2 research campuses. Both of those are... Admin tower is 22 November. At that point, I'll probably be able to take Singapore. Wow, that would be pushing it. I probably will do Dar es Salaam. I can afford Dar es Salaam, yeah. So that's going to be our target as soon as we take
Public
Malaysia.
sentiment is increasingly with us.
Wait, do I already have... I already have a popular support majority in Dar es Salaam. That's really funny. Alright. Y'all don't like Chad right now. Ooh, who is that? Who is that? Initiative versus servants, and the initiative won. Ah, yeah, my boys in the initiative are harassing the servants for me. Hell yeah. I guess the servants are bad for business. That was admin node at... I already lost it. Somebody needed an admin node and they got it. L104, yeah.
Where to?
Alright, so we got the 1-2 punch coming up here. Worry is going to crack down, and she's going to break straight through the enemy defenses relatively easily.
Turning up the heat.
Reporting in.
I've got 2 guys who can purge.
At your service.
I'm going to have Ronald drop a purge here. This will go from 11% to practically guaranteed as soon as Worry finishes the crackdown.
Dominating your position.
Your orders?
Quite separately, Hamakandra is going to go ahead and... Actually, okay, here we go. I'm going to have him crack down. I've got plenty of influence. I can afford this. I'll have him crack down on the first control point. We're going to reassign Worry to the second control point, which is harder to hit. Because I would like to have rolling success here.
Targeting their key people.
Ready for orders.
Ready for orders.
I may need to get a little bit more popular support for this to have good success. I'm going to go ahead and reassign my advisors.
Making our case.
I have a feeling that this will go great.
Ready to go.
Just a feeling. Maybe I'll fail everything.
I'm here.
But right now my chances are 67%.
Ready for my mission.
Then I got 3 public campaigns that'll bump those numbers up. They won't be rookie numbers anymore. Ronald is ready for an updoot. This brings him back to admin cap. That gets him not much, but I'll hand him this because I have it and it's liable to get stolen if I don't. Okay, let's see how this plays out. See those numbers go up.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
67 to 77, with only 6% more popular support. And we got at that 2 more times. Scramjet's done. Let's do aerospikes.
Public opinion.
Damn it,
remains
Jean-Noir. Woman, you just... Alright. Alright.
Public opinion is moving in our
That's
direction.
what I'm talking about. We're up to 82.
Mission in progress.
I think we got this place.
Brimming for mission.
I
still-
will
we're-
report
we're
when
still
my
gonna
mission
fail.
is complete.
I just know it.
I will report when mission
Nah, we're
is
good.
complete.
Their control is vulnerable now.
Steamroll. Get steamrolled on.
Laying the groundwork.
99%. It's time for Solomon's Curse. Let's go, Ronald. Fail this one for me. Give me the achievement.
We're in control here.
Success chance 100%. Oh, they just had to walk into prison and kill a few guys. The best part about the next phase of this is by the end of next turn, the entire country should be mine. Because I've got... Yeah, I can just do an inversion of what I just did. What I just did was 2 crackdowns and 1 purge. But I've got the counselors that can do 1 crackdown and 2 purges.
Standing by for
Alejandro
orders.
does the purge of this spot, which is going to be... I just
Targeting
hope
the
that nobody
opposition.
beats him to that.
Ready for my mission.
It is actually possible that another faction gets to it first.
Targeting the opposition.
Where to?
Acknowledged. Applying pressure on their people.
Ready to go.
Alright, I've definitely pissed off a few counselors, or I'm sorry, a few factions. And that's okay, they'll deal with it.
Offering counsel.
Reporting in.
I'm willing to bet that there's a few people who
Your orders?
are not at war with me yet, who probably should be.
Lending my expertise.
Where do you need me?
Something I'm going to have Brenda do in the meantime is... I was actually thinking about just starting to cook my popular support in India. My plans for India is I need to kick the servants out of it. I can't take the nation intact, and I won't have the command point cap for a long time to be able to actually take the nation intact. But what I could do is get a lot of popular support and then crack down on a bunch of the servants' control points and allow other factions to take bites out of the country. If I could do that, that will severely hamper the servants without pulling too much aggro, because it'll be the other factions who are actually taking the points from them. Crackdowns, if you're successful, don't actually tell the faction who did it. Crackdowns don't have to... Now that being said, they will notice if I'm the one doing popular campaigns. And I don't know what to make of that. One of the reasons that I haven't touched India yet is because it would be very easy for the if they just, like, I don't know, put like 30% of their IP into Unity. I would never be able to popular campaign them fast enough to get popular support and maintain it. I would need to have every single one of my counselors agitprop.
Standing by.
And most of my counselors have no chance, because India is very difficult to propagandize the entire country. You know, a couple billion people live there. Only Brenda
Come here.
has the ability to do that at Persuasion 24. So, something worth thinking about, but nothing I can do immediately. Anyway, we'll just have her working on propaganda in other nations that I need to take. Yeah, honestly, I said I was going to take Dar es Salaam. We can go ahead and do that. So we'll just have her pop support over there.
Making our case.
Otherwise, I think all these other missions will go smoothly. Alright, here goes.
Offering assistance.
Offering assistance.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
21%. Oh, Brenda is really doing work right now. That is my girl. One should say it's an easy target, but hey.
Crackdown complete.
So there's my next admin tower just finished. So when I finish taking Malaysia right now, I will be relatively under cap, or well, not too far over cap. I'll be over cap again by the end of this turn. So I've timed that very, very well. Our spike engine's done. Directed energy launch systems next. This is going to result in boost capabilities getting boosted very hard. Indonesia continues to be my boost factory.
Mission in progress.
I've got 99%.
Mission in progress.
Are you kidding me?
Is a
Okay,
life spent
humanity
waiting
first beat me.
for death.
I wasn't paying
Allow
attention.
yourself to become the...
What did they pick? Gas core fission. Alright, fuck. That's a waste of 20,000, because I don't intend on doing fission all the way through. What's it a prerequisite for? Advanced fission systems? Heavy pulse propulsion? Alright, I guess, it's too late now. I let humanity first get ahead of me, and I thought I had pulled far enough ahead with 2 pips, but I hadn't. Fuck. Well. Okay. Sneaky, sneaky.
We are in control here.
Critical success.
Prepping for mission.
Slightly over cap, and then I will be a little bit more than slightly over cap.
Our associates
Malaysia
are now
is mine. Setting the priorities. Getting rid of outmoded alliances. I don't care about rivalries, but I do care we need to ally with Indonesia now. Well, actually, you know what? Just to make sure it's not a target. Alliance with the United States as well. Okay, we're comfortably over cap. In fact, we have a little bit more room,
We'll
so
be
we're going to
ready
go ahead
for
and
new
continue
orders
going over
soon.
cap by taking Dar es Salaam. I'll have 2 counselors assigned to that. Now I'm going to need 120 days to consolidate executive control in Malaysia before I can go any further with it. So as soon as that 120 days are up, I can federate Malaysia with Indonesia, and then I can integrate after that. Now, Singapore and Timor are not, I can't do anything with those yet, because the claims that Indonesia has on them are hostile. So as much as I would like that, no dice, can't be done. Anyway, I think we're on good track there. Next turn, I'll get some defend interests up and running. I'm curious now if any of the factions are upset at me. So Humanity First tolerates me. Everybody else is not very happy with me. Exodus is actually tolerating me right now. But nobody's at war with me, which is great. Alright, let's defend Malaysia. We probably won't need to defend
Making
it
things safe
too
for
many
our
times.
people.
Your orders?
Yeah, we have no need to wait for... We just need one counselor on Dar es Salaam. The
Terminating
purging
the
will be
opposition.
an instant success.
Ready to go.
I can actually task somebody a little bit less...
Where to?
A little less jacked. Yeah, it's just... We have a pop support
Removing our
majority and
enemies.
it's a very small economy.
Ready for
No
orders.
problem.
Ready for orders.
In the meantime, let's resume cutting up some of this xenoflora that has entered China. I'm gonna have Worry scan for it.
Initiating recon.
Where do you need me?
While Ronaldo can start taking some chunks. Actually, I'm also gonna have...
Going in hot.
I'm gonna have the armies contribute. Otherwise, they're not doing anything. Might as well. Okay.
Protecting our interests.
I will help them. Surveilling target area.
Offering
So
support.
the scan that Worry just did brought up a few more xenofloras that the armies are gonna make easy targets for me. All of China's armies deployed, IP has gone down to a total penalty of 5. Total penalty of 5. When it could have been half of that, so that's not that bad.
Eyes and numbers.
The opposition remains in power.
I just inspired this guy too. Deeply concerning. I mean, again, we're so close to Solomon's curse here. We're so close to Solomon's curse. It's hilarious how close we are. Media literacy! Woo! Let's get the rest of these military ones out of the way where we can. Alright, Mars has got its solar batteries up. Let's see what kind of returns we're getting on the surface. Oh yeah, okay, my math was correct. We have got 27 for each solar collector now, so we can replace all these fission piles with something a little more interesting. Not too much more interesting, but a little bit. I'm probably going to do... I am going to do material science labs, because that will actually... that'll use up most of the power. And it will go to a good place. there are some other stuff that I would kind of want. Actually, in terms of bonuses, I'm pretty much even, actually. Yeah, material science is probably one of my lowest, actually. Let's just take a quick peek at the others. Material science, actually, space science is below. Now, space science is going to get fixed by some more orbitals soon. What am I waiting for on that? Literally, what am I waiting for? I should probably get that. Well, okay, so there's another problem. I already have one. Life science is my weakest right now. That makes sense. My counselors, none of them have a bonus in it. Okay, life science it is, because I don't have immediate plans to dedicate another orbital to it. So each of my Mars sites is going to get a the fission pile replaced with a life science research. And that will eliminate the fission, the fissile consumption. Not that that's going to be extremely important. How many sites are there on Mercury? I never did memorize that. 8 sites. So if I wanted to just take every single one of them, that is another 16 mission control. And I would need at least one orbital to maintain defense. See, my strategy is supposed to be for space resources. Mercury Ceres. That was kind of how I used to do it. Ceres would get me all the water and volatiles I could ever ask for, and Mercury would get me all of the metals and nobles I could ever ask for. And then uranium would be taken as you know, as I do. That everything has been fucked up with that. Ceres is now split. So I need a different target for water long term. What are my best prospects for fizzles? What? Well, I mean, everybody... I don't want things that are already colonized to show up. Hold the phone. Oh. Got 3 pips for fizzles, but it only does 2.5. That's not even worth a tier 1 right now. No wonder nobody's taking it. Most of the rest of the best options are Cooper Belt. Or at least according to this. Some of these numbers are bullshit. I guarantee you that most of these Stonies did not have 4 pips for Fizziles. 2.6. It's just, considering some of these other ones that have like 20 or like 17 base, it's fucking absurd. I've never in a million years assumed that stony asteroids would give a reasonable chance at, or I mean like above average chance at fizzles. Like, I always figured that the chances would be on par with the moon. But I have not seen the moon produce that much fizzles in a very long time, if ever. I'm still mad about that. That's the biggest mistake I've made in this campaign, is not probing stony for fizzles. Biggest mistake by far. Let's take another look at drives. If we're going to be forced to research gas core, we might as well see what that's going to get us. It's not going to get us much. So let's assume that I take gas core to its logical conclusion. Something we could get might be a cavity drive, which uses nobles as a propellant, that's a meme. That's a fucking meme. Fucking nobles as a propellant. Now that being said, I would have mercury. By the time I got to something like that, I would have mercury. So using nobles as a propellant might not be as big of a meme as one would think. Vortex drive. It is hydrogen, it is fission, open cycle. Those numbers are definitely better than my my pebble drive, or whatever my particle drive. I don't dislike these numbers. Now that 0.05 fizzle per propellant, I could afford one or two of these. I could afford one or two. These might be my colony ships. I am assuming that vapor core is better than straight up gas core. But let's do our due diligence on that. Gas core fission coming up. Let's go straight to the last tier. There is a terawatt version, but I'm gonna assume that that is too heavy for at least the purposes that I'm considering right now. Pharaoh's drive uses nobles as a propellant, or partially at least. So fuck that. But what was that terawatt? Terawatt gas core fission. Firestar fission lantern. Okay. 50 kps. It's open cycle. And it's hydrogen based. That is... That is interesting. That's all I'll say about that. If I was gonna pick one, it would probably be that. I don't know. Gas Core Fission 3 just doesn't look that good. Super Vortex Drive. That is a funny name. I kind of like that. You're not dealing with your average Vortex Drive anymore, Frieza. This one has risen beyond. See, now that avoids fizzles as a propellant. Ooh, actually, okay, Advanced Cavity Drive might be my target. Nah, that's closed cycle. Never mind. We're not doing it. I don't do closed cycle. Fuck closed cycle. The problem with that is I just don't think I would have the... I would not be able to assemble a full offensive fleet. I would not be able to go and take something from the aliens with that, which means why would I spend that much project time on it? It doesn't make sense to me. I would rather turtle something much better than that than wasting all the time building that up and only having it be extremely suboptimal. My entire strategy revolves around turtling. If I have to build an offensive fleet to go against the aliens, I'm going to want it to be a little stronger than something like that. What about antimatter? I mean, again, if I'm going to be spending ridiculous amounts of stuff on things, antimatter is at the end of that tree. Antimatter will get you insane amounts of thrust. Also gets you a lot of money. That's like a very small side bonus. This is the end game right here, Pion Torch. I would have had to win the game like 10 times over before I would ever use this, because a Pion Torch is 5 antimatter per tank. Making an entire fleet of that is the kind of thing that you would do if you had cheat codes on. I just don't see it happening without, realistically speaking, so much antimatter. You would want something like yeah, look at that. This is much more reasonable, minus the closed cycle cooling shit. You call it a torch and have it closed cycle. Fuck you. Fuck you, is it a torch that's closed cycle? This deserves the title torch. Open cycle, 410 nanoparticles of antimatter per propellant tank. Exhaust velocity is okay-ish. What are the requirements for that? They're going to be a little hard. Yeah, well, that would be the Pion Torch, maybe. Well, Pion Torch is for your interception fleets. Pion Torch is something that is just so expensive to to refuel, but if you need to send somebody somewhere very fast, Pion Torch will get you there very fast. We're talking like a month or two to get all the way out to the edge of the galaxy, or the edge of the solar system. I wish there was a way to view the tech tree and just hide all of the options that were closed cycle. I hate closed cycle that much. It just adds so much fucking dead weight. So much dead weight to your ships because of the radiators. No. I want my engines to be open, not closed. See, there's a small part of me that wants to just click set as research target. That's going to be a little it's going to be a little hard. If I just do a search for the word open cycle. I wish. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I'm just going to note that right now. Advanced antimatter plasma torch fleets. These are my offensive fleets. So if I have the privilege of waiting to go loud, this is what I'm waiting to build. The two prereqs for that would be very heavily energy based, it seems. Our Space Future is coming up next on the tree. And then we would do antimatter containment. We would probably do those separately. Now that we got arc lasers, that also changes it. Well, that doesn't change that much. I don't think gas core fission is a requirement for the final tier of antimatter. That does require gas core fission. Okay, so gas core fission is not something that I'm going to be blowing through the projects on, but it is a prereq for my long term. So that's great. So I'm not upset at all that the AI decided to pick, humanity first decided to pick gas core. One of the reasons I dove into the tech tree so deep just now is because I wanted to see if there were any bricks that I could make with that clay. And yes, absolutely. In fact, it is a critical component of the sculpture we're working on here. I'm going to have Worry scanning around
Reporting
for
in.
xenoforms.
On Overwatch.
We'll see.
Acknowledged.
We'll see exactly how far we can get with the armies. If there's xenoflora in China, it needs to be dealt with by armies instead of my counselors. Okay. I'm giving him 16 influence. If he fails this shit again,
Terminating the opposition.
Stallman's
Your
curse we
orders?
get. It's overkill, but I'm taking it. I need to make sure there's no more Xenophora in Brazil, or whatchamacallit, the jungle area here. Oh, that's not Brazil, but if there's some
Heading
right
to
there,
the LZ.
the United
Ready
States
to
probably
go.
has some.
Going in hot.
Amakandra's ready for an updo. How's about we give him some more something? Jeez Louise. Some of these cartels are getting really powerful. Let's science our guy up here. Well, I don't know. Having more guys who can do command is going to be important. I mean, honestly, I'm running into option fatigue here. There are so many things that I would like to take, and I can only take one. Hard to go wrong with science. You know what? We're going to boost his science pretty hard here. We're going to give him a science. We're going to give him a data jack. And we're going to give him a Neuralink. Look at that. Science 15. I like science. Science is actually good for a lot of things, even if you're not advising. Is anybody else not scienced up? Or you could use one. So Worry and Ronald. Worry and Ronald both haven't even been started on their sciencing. So let's give them both some free science. And the next round of free science will come a little bit later. Still nuke boosting my funding in the United States. Cohesion rest value is a little weak, not gonna lie. Ooh, Puerto Rico is going to lose its colony status if I keep doing welfare in the United States. And that's a good thing. Oh, fascinating. Okay, so government improvements in the African Union do actually contribute to something other than just government score. I had a feel. Okay, so with enough points, the claim on some of these regions will become non-hostile. Ooh, wow. So I've taken 4 regions that are hostile claims. Okay, interesting. We'll survive that, because we've got more to take. We got a lot more to take, and that's okay. I have a feeling that, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah, you can make it. So what you have to do is get the claim, or you have to take the claim. Conquer the claim first. So if you're talking about making a claim non-hostile without taking the nation in question, that's not possible. But what you do is you take the nation and then putting points into government. And when I say putting, I mean dumping points into government, because after another 169 points. 169 points into government now will remove 1 of my 4 hostile claims that I've taken. And I've got more to take, so it's like, that's not a good long-term prospect. I'm not going to be able to do that with... Africa's economy is not strong enough to make that a realistic observation. So what I'm probably going to do is just wait until I merge it into Caliphate. Because Caliphate is going to have to improve its democracy score no matter what. It's going to have its own hostile claims, I'm sure. Let me take a look at the tech real quick. So 2 of the initial nations in Caliphate would be hostile, but then the second phase of the Caliphate, which gets a claim on... this is the important one. The second phase of the Caliphate gets the claim on Ethiopia, which is what rolls Africa into the Caliphate. But very few of these claims otherwise are... Yeah, very few of these claims are hostile. It's great. I'm overextending very much in terms of nation building, but that's okay. I always do. a lot of things on my plate. This turn is long overdue. Let's get it started. We've gotten our next year completion on transnational management. It's down to May. At one point, it was all the way in July, so we've shaved an entire month off of that. Let's get that even further, because we've got our research campuses popping in January. That will bring it down tremendously. So I'm looking at a target of maybe even March. We'll see. That may be optimistic, but yeah, just a ballpark estimate.
Lending my expertise. Setting a watch.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of the hostile claim thing. In my last...
Offering cancel.
Fuck. EL208, that's a small one. Construction module is underway. It's gonna probably destroy my fucking construction module. God damn it. Oh, just my broadcast outlet? And, no, of course, no, there it goes. There it goes. My 6-month plan on the nanofactories is basically fucked now. Whatever. What the fuck am I gonna do about this? I don't have point defense yet. That's a skill issue. 6. 6 mission control. That would put me at 56. I'm getting real sick of that. I'm getting real sick of the orbital debris being a threat to me. If I have point defense, it's not. I shouldn't have undefended satellites anyway. It's time to upgrade these. It's been time to upgrade these. My income is not... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to fucking deal with it. I'm gonna have to fucking deal with it because I would sooner use the mission control on Mercury. Yeah. Alright. I still hate it, but okay. God damn it.
Mission aborted.
Directed energy launch systems. Very nice. Let's get the kits put together. God damn it. These wars are getting a little annoying. I don't have the capability of intervening in that, but the AI choosing to solve things with wars is getting fucking... yeah, whatever. Like I said, can't do much about it. Should be periodically double checking. Look at that. Look at that. There's another slot open in LEO1. The AI keep wiping out spots in the orbit, and they're not replacing them. And now I feel morally obligated to take that slot. Because anything that's in an interface orbit with Earth is more useful than anywhere else in the solar system. Like, I don't care if it has to just be a regular, you know, something like a shipyard. It's still in interface orbit, and therefore is easier to defend and easier to deploy towards helping the Earth itself. Yeah, you know what? Okay. Oh, I have Tiangong orbit too. Oh, that's really funny. Monopoly. We're doing Monopoly, boys. We're monopolizing. 100%. 100%. This one is going to be another... Could be. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Maybe I should alter my, yeah, you know what? I do like doing admin broadcast, but we're going to do admin and... Alright, you know what? Fuck the construction modules. Fuck the construction modules. It's not panning out the way I wanted it to. So we're going to do a new template for our Yeah, we're doing a new template for our small satellites, especially since we just opened up a few. It's going to be solar collector, admin node, and point defense. Because I'm so sick of them accidentally blowing up. And point defense, we will always want to upgrade that later. That is not even a question. This is going to be EL105, I believe. Yes. Alright, as much as I like the broadcast outlet, and I do, we're going to deal with it. We're going to deal without it for now. Second solar collector coming right up. Oh no, you know what? They're not losing the stations entirely. I don't think... Well, okay, that would have to be... Nah, they're getting them destroyed. They have to be, because the asteroids, or the whatchamacallit, debris strike. Debris strike, I don't think is going to wipe out an entire station. If it can, it's got to be a much lower chance. It's a cascading failure, I think. Alright. Now we just do one more of those in Tiangong orbit. This one gets its own special name. That's going to be ETN. Tiangong orbit is actually the lowest there is. All of these admin nodes will be helping me out, like, immediately. Okay, every single one of my stations in Earth orbit now is going to have at least point defense, if not layered D. As I should have done a long time ago. I was dragging my feet on that. Okay, problem solved. Eventually. Within 30 days, the problem will be solved. I'm moving on.
Our associates are now in charge.
As odd as it sounds, I might actually take up residence on a moon that's much farther afield here. We're looking at the entire solar system and looking at who's got the most water. Well, we've got wait, really? How is Ceres not on here? Ceres is only 3 out of 4 pips on water. That's fascinating. I might just give my Ceres base to the Resistance eventually. Not yet, but eventually. Just because I can't have 4x4 on it, it's not going to be my primary resource. I don't want to waste time and effort on it. How about Tethys? We're going to need some sort of presence in Saturn. We're going to have 4 sites here. All of them close to, if not over 100 water each. With a remote chance for fizzles. Survey won't complete until 2037, so we've literally got 2 years before the survey is done. And even if we get lucky and research a few ships ahead of time, or like build a few ships ahead of time, we won't be able to get all the way out here in any reasonable amount of time with whatever we build. So this I'm just going to put on the note here. Wait a minute. Saturn, if I'm going to Saturn, what about Titan? The aliens never took Titan, did they? They didn't. That is 16 sites, though. Which means I'd be sharing it. But that's going to be... There's not that much in terms of water. It's all volatiles and other random crap. This, you would take Titan if you really wanted volatiles. And I mean really wanted volatiles. And of course, when I say take, do I really mean take the whole thing? 16 sites, that is a lot of mission control if you want to take the whole thing. Yeah, honestly, Tethys is looking more and more attractive to me. It's like Ceres, but if you missed Ceres. This will get me a late game water supply of tremendous amounts. Solar would be a dream out here. There would be no solar. I have thought about this long enough. Let's just put that on the... Tethys instead of series for water. And that is 2037. And now we've got some assignments. Everything going well over here. Gradually increasing my funding. I don't really... The returns on that are just not going to be very high. Let's just put that back in mission control for now. China is going to get rid of the colony status on Malaysia soon. The Tibet problem will be solved. It'll take a while, but it'll be solved. There is a part of me that wants to just start advising, but we're not quite there yet. We want to finish taking Dar es Salaam here.
We're taking power.
Maybe even give myself a chance at Solomon's Curse there. I'll take it.
Where do you need me?
The resistance is not going to like this, but I am going to have to eventually take Thailand from them. So I am going to put a significant amount of resources into that.
Down.
Reporting in.
At your service.
With apologies to Miss Fiona Iowade. She will forgive me in another life, I'm sure. I have... the only time I've beaten this game entirely has been the Resistance. So I still have good karma from them in the multiverse meta. In my 2020... in the days of playing this game back in 2022, I beat the campaign entirely as Resistance, so... ain't too worried about that. I think this is a good alignment here. Climate Research Center ought to complete this turn. Advanced hydrogen containment isn't too far off. And then we're moving on to antimatter containment. Now, that's not going to get us anything antimatter related immediately, because we're going to need to actually be able to produce it. That is going to require another prereq tech, so antimatter containment, and then our space future. Our space future will probably be done in parallel, because that unlocks a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, okay. We know our path. Time to follow it. I need to double check actually what kind of fusion, what gets us the ability to build a fusion power plant at our space bases. I'm gonna have to do a search. Fusion pile, that's what it's called. That is deuterium tritium, which itself is required by deuterium deuterium, which itself is required by deuterium helium-3. Wait a minute, I'm going the wrong way. Deuterium tritium fusion. We'll be able to do that next. That would get us the fusion pile. But what about the heavy fusion pile? That needs aneutronic fusion, which is required for requires deuterium helium-3, which requires deuterium. So if we want to get anything other than the fusion pile, we've still got a billion. We got a billion to do. Oh, neutronics too. What is that? That's a requirement for a couple of things. Advanced fission systems. Not that I want that right now. Something to think about later. Magnetic nozzles is an incredibly important thing. That's after magnetic plasma confinement, which is a prereq also for a billion other things. Which, of course... Now, another thing is I have not done a lot of energy research facilities in space. I can boost that into incredible levels after I'm no longer worried about mission control usage. Which is a concern for much later into the future. Okay, we're good for this turn.
Offering support.
I will help them.
Acceleration pharmaceuticals. Yes. I will want that. Higher combat acceleration is always eventually going to be a good thing. But in the meantime, let's do something military because, yeah, we want a little bit more bonus up top there. Try to keep it diversified if I can.
We've moved the needle.
Oh yeah. Thailand operation is going to go smoothly.
Our case remains
Maybe not. 70%. I believe in
Hit them where it hurts.
I believe in worry. She's got my back. I'm not going to immediately take that. I don't know where these guys are going, but they're going to do something. It's a cruiser, destroyer, and a lancer. Painful to look at.
We are in control now.
Alright, Dar es Salaam is mine. Only 105 days to consolidate executive control there. That's less than Malaysia. Cool. Alright, Mars has its shipyard up and running as well as its everything. Mars is up and running. That did come with a commensurate cost to nothing. I don't need to be worried about that. We're good. I just need to defend Dar es Salaam, and then it is in the pipeline for the integration into Indonesia. The life science labs on the surface of Mars have been completed, and that will boost my, well, a little bit. It brings my life science research on par with everything else right now. And that's exactly what I want at the moment. Everything looking good over here. Honestly, I do think I'm going to start having some of my...
Ready for orders.
My B team do some advising here. Worry is going to continue scanning.
Ready.
Brenda and Hemakandra are going
orders?
to advise.
What's the up?
I think South America? South America and Indonesia are like neck and neck in terms of the research provided. South America is just slightly higher, so we're going to give Hemakandra to them.
Offering support.
Standing by.
Brenda goes
Acknowledged.
to Indonesia.
Lending my expertise.
Worry is scanning for more xenoflora.
Initiating surveillance.
And while we've got these armies deployed, yeah, Hemakandra can scan for xenoflora too. Because we're probably going to find plenty.
Initiating surveillance.
And the armies can't find it themselves. I've got to find it for them. Oh, somebody's got to defend Dar es Salaam, otherwise it's a target.
Protecting our interests.
I'm about 20 over cap or something like that. Math. Yeah, I've got a penalty of 7. Dar es Salaam would be vulnerable with that, so let's button up.
Offering assistance.
Offering assistance. Eyes up.
Offering counsel.
Lending my expertise.
Securing our control.
Ah, there's my research centers. Yes. Yes. Unlimited power. I didn't quite shave a whole month off of transnational management, but we are like 2.5 months away from it now. Great. My satellites are now all defended. If I open the satellite menu and sort by defense, the only things that are not defended are my off-site mining, my offshore mining operations, as it were. I don't have point defense on surface bodies, or planetary surface mining ops. Who fought who? Ah, darn. The servants got one of the initiatives at Habs. I don't know where Hanno Station was. Is that the moon? See, they call it a hab. If it was the servants, then they don't have very many fleets. It must have been Earth. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Hanno Station. I hate the naming convention because it's just random. Hanno Station could have been anywhere in the solar system.
Reporting in. Initiating recon.
Where to? Initiating recon.
I'm 25 over cap. So what that tells me is there's not currently any small nations that I could really... well... Uruguay and Paraguay. I could take them both. Exodus wouldn't like that very much. Everybody is now in conflict with me, so the days of everybody tolerating me is now long past. But nobody's at war with me, which is, I'm okay with that. I think I'm going to hand one of my habs to the Resistance. They could probably use it. I can see their income. What is their income looking like? They can definitely hold on to it. They're not hurting for resources. Depends on the defense fleet. Depends on the defense fleet. So right now, the best I can do is going to be something that's going to eat up a lot of water, and I don't know if I don't know if I feel like blowing my entire fortune of water on something that is going to be relatively not good. Saturn has nothing stony in its orbit, and I find that hilarious. Sad and hilarious. Stony asteroids apparently are only in the belt. No stony in the Centaurs and Trojans list. Okay, I think I can confirm this turn. Should be periodically checking org table, even if I'm not ready for one. I had a feeling it was going to be a while before I saw another mission control org like that one that I saw that gave 10%. I already missed that one tremendously. 10% mission control is... you know what? I'm not getting any worrisome notifications at 56. I think I can go above 50 without being too upset about it. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. We are going to do EL204, and it's going to be a... Let's just update it now. I'm actually thinking about... I'm thinking about more than just this one, because, I mean, this is only going to cost me 1 mission control each. If I can safely go over the mission control cap, or sorry, over 50, without getting bugged by notifications, that tells me that I can probe the limits a little bit here. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Tiangong, L1, and Tiangong and L1. So these two L1 stations are gonna get boosted to orbitals. And then Tiangong is going to get boosted to an orbital. Tiangong is probably going to be turned into a hospital because I need money. 17.4 is sustaining me, but I need more. I need a lot of money. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what I need. My research will balance that against my research needs.
I will help them.
Lending my expertise. Setting a watch.
Offering support.
I will help them.
Setting a watch.
We can unironically get ion cannons. That's cool. Admin nodes are up and running. The servants popped another xenoflora in India here. Sucks for them. Honestly, I have no idea what some of these are going to get me. I'm mostly just doing them because... You know what? I should probably do... I'm going to do Electron Lance, and then I'm going to switch back to Xenoscience for a bit. Get one of those enthrall blockers. I have gone a little too long without messing with the servants and the protectorate. They've probably made some progress that is not going to be good for me long term.
We're going in.
Standing by. Surveilling target area.
Those admin towers popping have given me more command points to work with. Now, something I'm neglecting a little bit. I don't have almost any Tier 2 HABs right now. And to be entirely honest, that's because almost everything that I currently have access to is not really worth a Tier 2. I can't quite justify it. Maybe A92U here. I might be able to justify a Tier 2 there. But even then, it's going to be a lot less relevant. Like, a lot less relevant once I have Mercury. There's a small part of me that says just abandon Mars and take Mercury. But then my water income will be way too low until I basically, if I'm worried about mission control caps still by the time that I get, Tethys from Saturn. If I'm still worried about mission control at that point, I shouldn't be, but if I am, then I can do that. But otherwise, until then, right now, Mars is my best source of water. And that's a sad commentary right there. It really is. That's a failure to plan. That's a failure to... Well, it's a failure to execute my plans. My plans were to have Ceres. That should be where I'm getting my water from right now, but it's not. Because of that, my water income is a fraction of what it should be. I'll survive. It's going to be a little tight. This is one of the reasons I don't have defensive fleets. If I wanted to build something that can get anything done, I'll be spending a couple hundred water on each one of them. And I've only got 4,000 water to work with right now. Yeah, that is unfortunate, but we'll figure something out.
Offering counsel.
Offering counsel.
The word atom
Eyes
stems
up.
from the ancient Greek atom.
Gas core fission
Lending my
systems is
expertise.
complete.
Offering assistance.
I think space commerce, and then our space future. Space navies is required as well. So maybe here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set our space future as a research target, because that gets us a lot of fun stuff. Antimatter mass production being an important one. Commercial mining companies, that's going to be big. The AI is going to get a lot more out of that than I am right now. And I had a feeling that they might like that. Very few factions can compete with me if I put 2 pips into something.
Ooh, I need to have that favored. Of all the things I could do in xenoscience, that one is actually more useful to me. Advanced hydrogen containment is going to pop any moment now. So it won't hurt me to put another big one on my project list there. Another big material science. Because I'll only be splitting between them for a brief moment.
One cannot simply...
And that auto-selected Space Navies for me because that is part of the research target for our space future.
Eyes and numbers.
I believe I've decided I'm not doing gas core. It is time for exotic hybrid systems on one of my... Yeah, that's looking good right there. I like this split. Just gotta make sure nobody takes over my globals. The other factions have more ships than we do. Yes, but what can they do with them? The other faction ships are so shit that they can't even attack my my tier 1 satellites with them yet. They don't even have the capability to handle that. Ooh, here we are. Agrippa rocketry. 10% mission control. And that is another +5, which is not the worst thing. That is expensive, though. Can't afford it right now. But I will have that on my radar. Nothing else on the market at the moment. When I get another cash infusion, we will give Worry some more points in investigation and espionage. For now, she's fine where she is. There's no longer any big targets that I'm going to be cracking down on for quite a while. I suppose there's no time like the present to go ahead and get started on the periphery. The Resistance is going to hate me for this. I'm taking a couple of nations from them with a command point total that's pretty high. Do I have any of their counselors visible right now? I don't have any other counselors visible right now. But at some point, when I find one of their counselors, we will open negotiations, and we will give them something to make them not hate us quite as much.
Making our case.
Ready. I will try to sway the public.
Xenoflora cleanup in China is pretty good. In order to wipe things out, I have to use my counselors. I don't think armies can actually do full wipeouts. they can just degrade them to make them very vulnerable. If you want to do full wipeouts, you need your counselors, so... Out of curiosity, I've got 13 command on that guy. Trying to do a coup in Uruguay, which has no unrest, would be almost impossible, so we're not doing any coups. Okay, worth a check.
I will help them.
I will help them.
Offering
Stand by, ion control.
Offering counsel.
I don't even know what that is. It's a cyclotron. Increases all particle weapon offense damage. Okay, so it's just the laser engine, but for particle weapons. Cool. I have no idea if I want that or not. So it's just going in the... Oh, look at that. Why would they be going to low Mars orbit? There are a couple of things that they could do there. Probably, they're more likely targeting the initiative than me, because they haven't declared war on me. So they're either going to bombard somebody or they're attacking the initiative here. I feel like they're going to bombard somebody. Who are they at war with? Yeah, they got a nap with the initiative. They're probably bombarding the servants. Humanity First, whatchamacallit? The least tolerant faction actually tolerates me right now, which is really funny. But yeah, whenever I see a countdown, that always gets me a little concerned, but that's just because that's a large fleet. Could actually potentially be a threat to L101 here. That fleet that just launched has attack power of 144. Yeah, they'd be able to take out my station if they were targeting it, but they're not. They're either going to bombard or... No, they're definitely going to bombard. The servants do have a spot on Mars here. And it is a relatively inconsequential spot. They've got 2 spots, actually. And they both look to be garbage. Ooh. You know, honestly, if Humanity First bombs out this one right here, I might take that. For an Ululu base. This one right here. If Humanity First destroys this completely by bombarding it from orbit, which they probably can with that fleet, I might step in and take that. I might build a new base right on the corpses of all those people. I am not beyond doing such a thing. I've played Project Zomboid. I am absolutely not beyond building on top of corpses. I do it all the time. You could call me a grave stander if you'd like. You wouldn't be wrong. Whoa! That was basically instantaneous. They blew it up. They blew it up. I regret not having a construction module out here anymore. I need water, and this will be a stopgap measure to get more water. Okay. Thanks, Humanity First. They did exactly what I said they might do. Yeah, I'm taking this spot. Right on top of those corpses. Here we go. M-05 is ours. And this one's going to follow the same template as the rest. 1 solar collector. One admin node. Right? Yeah, solar collector, admin node, and then something that I can spend life science. That'd be an odd number, but whatever. And at long last, I can no longer afford to view all of my satellites on the same scroll bar here. That's just a consequence of progression right there. I am sending the Chinese armies home. They have done good work on the xenoflora here. I will have some orbitals popping soon here. 13 March, that's going to be before the end of this turn. So we will have some orbitals. Looks like another alien fleet is going to LEO-1 here. There's not that many satellites left in LEO-1 for them to hit. It's probably the initiative.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We've moved the needle.
How about no? There's my orbitals. Alright, let's get some more research capabilities. EL-104, we're going to start with some more of that lovely, solar arrays first. Interesting. Climate Research Center does give a little bit of life science research. May only be built in low Earth orbit, so if I'm gonna build them, right, but we're not ready for that just yet. First things first, we need at least 3 space science, I believe. Let me double check my total. At 10% each, we've got 20%, and that's it. So I do need at least 3 to get my total of 5, so that I'm getting as much mission control bonus as possible. So we're going to do 3 space science, and then we'll reassess what we've got power for after that. Interesting. That leaves us with 2 slots. If we have, because we have to build more power if we want to do anything else. So.
Yep, still there, Jack. Godspeed the crew of Apollo 17. Good. Amen. Okay, Bob, I'm on the pad. And about 4:30, a Wednesday afternoon, as I step out onto the plains of Taurus Littoral. Beautiful valley.
This leaves us with 64 to work with. Let's do 1 energy science center and 1 climate science, because those are slightly less important, but I can... Wait a minute, hang on. 24, that's 48. Maybe I should do some materials, because we've got a lot of materials left. No, we should, energy. Energy is a little bit more necessary than materials, because we're falling a little behind on that. Well, actually, we can do 1 of each. We can do exactly 1 of each. Ooh, fascinating. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, so Energy Research Center. And now we've got 24 left. We can do a Materials Research Center. Ooh, I love it when numbers add up like that. I might do that again. Okay, that was 4 solar arrays. Usual upgrades to the point defense and admin tower. And then an energy and a materials. What else do I have? I've got 2 materials up and running right now. And that means I've got room for 3 more. So we just straight up do another one of those then, in terms of energy and then materials. We've got room for more science, infotech. Plenty of room for more of that. But that's going to require a different layout because infotech is expensive in terms of its power consumption. Xenoscience is also expensive in terms of power consumption. I could offset that by using ones that are not expensive, but that still throws off the whole balance. I could do a military. 1 military. What other 20s can I do? I could do 3 life science. At this point, it wouldn't be for the life science itself. It would be for the bonus, the welfare bonus. That's what we're doing next. Perfect. This is going to come out swimmingly. And that should be the only other one of this template that I need to make. So I'm free to design a little bit more interestingly next time. Uno, dos, and tres. L105 is set. I should have had a third one ready. Don't I? Oh, ETN. I didn't mark it in the correct spot. That needs to go like all the way to the top. Yeah, there we go. Lists matter. Alright, you become... Let's go with the standard upgrades first. Let's go for more power. Well, at first, let's get a farm out. I always want... farms are necessary at this point to offset resource consumption as much as possible. Alright, so we're going to need... That's going to leave us 60 to work with, if I keep following that template. I may need one more solar array for this one. I already have... Hang on, I have room for... Let me check my satellite list again. Yes, if I just do 3 infoscience, then we fill out our roster for infoscience. So right now I can do all 3, but then I'm going to be out of power completely, and I'll need another something.
Okay, it's open. EVA start time 163 hours, 32 minutes, 36 seconds. Open on board. And in my future leaving. And almost 1.5 there.
Now let's just get the infoscience centers out of the way. And let's get them their own power source. So we can afford to take something quite expensive here. We have a lot of energy left to do. We're gonna go ahead and do energy. But that means I need to put a satellite or a solar array on that side. Okay. We're a little over cap. I couldn't optimize it a little better, but that's fine. That's fine. And that's everything that's currently upgraded. Our mission control is 61. I'm in uncharted territory on this. I don't remember what the caps are if you're not, if it wasn't 50. I thought it was 50. I mean, maybe it is 50. I'm just not getting notifications. In any case, we'll find out soon. Jeez Louise, it's already 3 p.m. EU doesn't have enough unity, does it? Or maybe the, maybe Exodus thinks they can kick me out. Not gonna happen. The actual fuck do they think they're doing over here? Oh, this is gonna hurt. You know, I might just let the resistance keep Singapore. There's no reason not to. I'm not in competition with them. I don't need to be that greedy. I really don't. I like nation building, I really do, but at the end of the day, I want to beat the factions that I don't like. Now, that does mean I'm gonna have to take Thailand from, I can't let Humanity First Resistance keep it, because I need that for Southeast Asian Alliance so that I can roll everything together and get the Super Republic of China.
Going after their people. Targeting their key people.
At your service.
Ready.
Ready for my mission.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna have to take Taiwan from, yeah, I'm gonna be hurting the resistance a lot. I don't need to hurt them more. It's fine. They'll be fine. I don't like hurting them if I don't have to. Even if they're playing extremely inefficiently. I think it's time to expand Africa.
Heading to the capital.
Humanity First tolerate me right now. So it will hurt a lot less if I take one of these command points from them. I'm going to go ahead and take it now.
We are taking power.
The resistance is going to hate me even more. That's okay. Armies of the United States are getting into position to expand Africa. I will go ahead and leave St. Louis Division at home for now. Wow, I can buy more mission control very cheaply. It's actually kind of wacky how easy it is to buy mission control in the African Union. It's probably not as easy elsewhere. Wow, okay, never mind. It's actually easier elsewhere. Adaptive FDI is surprisingly good. Oh, and Indonesia hit mission control cap. which is why it's a great thing that I've got these unifications already cooling down. Next turn, we'll be able to federate. And then a little ways after that, we'll be able to unify. Okay.
Offering assistance.
Offering assistance.
Offering counsel.
So I'm exactly
Offering
30
support.
over cap right now. And I'm about to be about 46 over cap when I successfully take this.
Crackdown complete.
It's gonna be a little sussy, but we won't be that way for too long. Wow, never mind. Wow, it's not even the end of March. I was expecting at least April 1st for this. Sweet. We just got a lot of admin cap to work with. I no longer have to be concerned about, well, for now. I'm good for now. I'm very good for now. And there's another one right there that'll give us another 10, but I no longer need to hardcore focus on that. We can do an even split for a while. Ooh, that's a good one. Hang on. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Mission is a no-go.
I was having him purge the wrong target. Oops. Okay, that's fine. We can handle this. Alright, time to pull my secondary
What's the
advisors
op?
off of their advisory.
Where do you need me?
Now that I finally have, I'm getting hit with option overload. I have so many different things, plans that I could execute. I'm getting hit with a little bit of uncertainty.
Where to? We're taking power.
Standing by for orders. Removing our enemies. Targeting the opposition.
At your service.
Targeting the center of power.
Reporting in. Terminating the opposition.
Reporting in.
I might also leave the Philippines for the resistance. I mean, they've got Russia. It's not like they need that much more. I just don't want to piss them off so much at once. Do something a little unusual here. We're going to coup Timor-Leste.
Time for a change.
My diplomat is going to do that, of all things. I do still need Whitney and John Law advising for now. There's just too much development going on to pull everybody out of advisory for the immediate moment. Okay, let's see how this plays out.
Offering counsel.
Offering support.
We've neutralized their key people.
I will report when my mission is complete.
98.99 to purge these two. So we will be in control
The
of
government
Thailand
is in better hands now.
very quickly here. There's some Timor is mine. And that means I've already consolidated admin because it was a one control point nation. But I cannot integrate it into Indonesia, so that was preemptive. It needs to go to Thailand because it will get a non-hostile claim. Indonesia's claim is hostile, but the SEAA is a non-hostile claim. Ooh, here we go. Skylinks in the African Union. I can make education go up. I can make the GDP go up. I would like, I think GDP is absolutely more important. Well, actually, no. They need GDP and education. Yeah, let's go for, we're trending. Glorious. Almost got the African Union to $4,000 per capita GDP. Hang on a second, am I a fucking idiot? Darussalam is over here, and this one is called Dar es Salaam. Okay, I'm an idiot.
We are
I'm sure the U is an important difference in pronunciation. Ireland only has 1 out of 7 mission control. That's kind of funny. Kind of silly. Slush hydrogen tankage, not solid state, but I'll take it.
Our people have taken control.
Let's see how much they hate me after that. Yeah, we're in conflict. That's about it. I wish there was a way to know exactly how far away from in conflict becoming at war would be. Alright, that's all the armies moved. Let's get them over here so that they can go... I'll probably take Zambia first. And then Mozambique. And just kind of move down the south coast here. African Union needs some unrest reduction. Also, we've just had some... Okay, here's the play. We've got 2 policies to be set in Indonesia.
On my way to the capital.
Right? Hang on.
Your orders?
Yes, they can federate. And the second one will be able to federate as well.
On my way to the capital.
Where to?
Where do you need me? Turning up the heat.
Ready for my mission.
I'm here.
Ready for orders. We are taking power.
Your orders? On my way to the capital.
Ready for my mission.
Got to declare at least one more to keep things going, so let's have Whitney go and declare war. Start our African expansion here.
Time to make our move.
Meanwhile, I really do feel the need to get Timor-Leste protected, because that is a bright... Well, no, it's not anywhere near as being at risk, because it is... I'm no longer over admin cap. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, this distribution looks good. Big moves, big moves. Zambia is the target for the war.
Lending my expertise.
That's a lot of satellites.
Their control is vulnerable now.
That's just the power upgrades. Space Navies is going to pop. It's going to auto-select. It's going to auto-select the next research for me.
Policy direction complete.
Federation time. Oh, this sucks. Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it. I thought 11 days was enough. God damn it, I just wasted I wasted an action for one of my counselors. I thought I was going to be able to get Dar es Salaam in there, but it's going to have to be next turn. Oh well. So be it.
Policy direction complete.
Zambia is our first target here. Time for one of those special military operations. Only this time we're doing it for realsies. Didn't even realize Malawi was there. Where's Namibia? I actually don't know. Oh, I'm somehow not rivaled to them. That's a mistake. I should be rivaled to them. They're in the path of our current expansion.
Policy direction complete.
We were so close. We were so close. We consolidate federal power in 2 days. But that's how the stupid turns work sometimes. Okay. So at least we didn't waste any resources, whatever. Next turn.
Conflict in space doesn't have an exact analog in terrestrial warfare.
Why didn't you auto-select? Oh, we still have a prereq, don't we? Yeah, we still have a prereq. All right, then. It's space commerce. I've got to finish space commerce before I can hit our space future. So this is fine.
We've removed some threats.
We've got Thailand. 120 days until we consolidate power. Time to set up some alliances. Sorry about this, Resistance. I know you're gonna hate me for it. This is going to be a bit like dominoes. It'll be child's play to get SEAA researched. It will not be long after Malaysia and Darussalam are merged into Indonesia that Indonesia itself will merge into Thailand for the SEAA. Now, here's the thing. Before I do that big merger of Indonesia into SEAA, what's going to happen first is I'm gonna save the game. And if something stupid happens, if a breakaway happens, I'm going to save scum. I know I have not save scummed yet, and I don't want to. I prefer just, you know, I have an Iron Man mentality if I'm going to live stream a game. But that is one thing that I consider to be such a colossal amount of bullshit. Random breakaways can happen if you do large nation merges. It's just another stupid little thing that the devs put in there to try to make map painting harder. And fuck you. Fuck you, Pavanis. I'm gonna paint the goddamn map, and your stupid little random chance of breakaways on unification is not gonna stop me. I will save scum that if it happens. I am not beyond that. So, just a little forewarning if you guys see me randomly save the game before doing that. Yeah. That's my policy on save scumming. I don't intend on doing it for 99% of gameplay, but there are certain situations that I'll do it without a second's hesitation. Alright, so we've got 3 nations here that are vulnerable. Let's get them protected.
Securing our control.
Acknowledged.
Ready. Securing our control.
Ready to go. Time to make our move.
Ready to go.
And we're going to need to go ahead and declare another war here. I have a feeling that these armies are going to conquer Zambia in a matter of days.
Time to make our move.
We will lose cohesion if we declare war on Malawi here, and I'm okay with that. Our cohesion is too high. I want it to go down. So in this particular instance, declarations of war are also helping bring my cohesion down.
Securing our interests.
Offering support. Securing our interests.
Securing our interests.
Boom. See how fast that goes. As predicted, probably a week or so before the end of this turn for sure.
Mission complete.
Mission complete.
Boom. Alright, that's phase 2 of rollouts completed for this is for the newly upgraded orbitals. Still got science stuff underway. That'll be completed a month from now. Yeah. That needs that icon. Looking good. Looks like I was slightly off on there we go. On to the next. And then Mozambique shortly after that. Oof. That took our education level down a bit. Actually, not that much. A couple of turns will fix that. Actually, somehow didn't affect our GDP. Just the region's GDP is pretty much similar. Inequality did go up rather significantly, so we're probably going to have to reallocate a little bit of points for that. For now, we're looking okay. How is the United States faring on that? We did not lose any cohesion for joining those wars. Right. Joining a war without starting it doesn't hurt our cohesion. Good. Good. We can put Whitney back to work on advisory.
Lending my expertise.
Standing by for orders.
Meanwhile, our Crackdown Purge team is moving to this hemisphere over here.
Removing our enemies.
Standing by. Terminating new position.
Standing by.
Ooh, Chile has got pretty high levels of unrest. I could coup them. If I'm gonna do a coup, though, I'm gonna want to do that with... I'm gonna need popular support for that.
I will try to sway the public.
Ready to go. Removing our enemies.
Alright, operations beginning in that side of the world. Why is military going up? No, we do not want military over there. Unity we do want. That looks like an okay split. Alright, here goes. Verhage, you're ready for an update. Haven't looked at orgs in a while. Skill issue. I gotta be keeping an eye on them. There's that 3-star mission control. If I had room for it. Doesn't have the ability to increase unrest. I think everybody does.
Ready for my mission.
Wait, he doesn't.
At your service.
That's an expensive one. But it's worth it. Something that gives the ability to increase unrest and public campaign. Yeah, I absolutely want that.
Where do you need me?
Standing by for orders.
Oh, you know what? I can... Some of these Chinese orgs that Brenda is holding on to, I can put those in the org pool and the hostile takeover threat is non-existent. Nobody can take those from me. Nobody else has the. Okay, so if somebody else has a counselor from China, they can take it from me. But that is a rather specific requirement. So I feel like these are going to be a little safer if I put them in the org pool. The only thing she'll lose is security. Which I can live without for the immediate moment. This is going to be very expensive. I can afford it. Because this is going to get me a lot of mission control over time. Damn, this is going to hurt though. Like, I can afford it, but it's going to hurt. I need to sell 1,800. Okay. There won't be another one like that for a while. And we are set to go.
Offering assistance.
I will help them.
Probably should have opened up another war. Literally one war per turn at this rate.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Exis is gonna hate me for this. Venezuela and Iran. Oh, that's fascinating. Russia at war with Iran. Do they have land access to Iran? No. Well, they've got sea access. You can go across the ocean. Interesting. Huh. Gets heating up. I don't know what made them think they can do this. Japan has got 3 armies at pretty decent, yeah, pretty decent 4.4 right there. Well, Pakistan's got nukes, 2 of them. So that war could turn hot, extra hot. That made everything go down a little bit. Not entirely unexpected.
We've removed some threats.
I need to set my default template to something more useful. I don't like the Academy's default template. It actually kind of friggin' sucks. to 8 hours. Okay, that's not bad. Alright, so now whenever I take a command point, that'll be set. Super basic default.
Our people have taken control.
Basically, just fewer clicks every time I take a nation. And we have finally reached that phase where I'll be taking
Our
enough
people
nations
have
for me
taken
to
control.
want to have fewer clicks for each. Nobody's at war with me yet, I don't think. Nope, we're all still just in conflict. Hey, there's my admin nodes. Oh shit, okay. That's great. I honestly forgot about that. Oh, yeah, African Union is gonna need a unrest reduction.
Standing by.
I'm gonna pull my advisors off for that.
We'll turn down the heat. Your orders?
Standing by for orders. We'll restore peace to this nation.
Ready.
Ready
have
for
my
orders.
other 3 counselors focus on
Restoring order.
what we've gotten
Ready for
started here
orders.
already.
Targeting the opposition.
Standing by.
Reporting in.
You know what? They've got some unrest over here too.
Restoring order.
So before I worry about popular support, we've got to take care of the unrest problems. In fact, let's just consolidate all of our unrest reduction at once.
We'll
I
turn
operate
down
better
the
when I
heat.
do it that way. I've got these armies sitting here. They need work to do.
Heading to the capital.
Okay, you know what? I will go ahead and put the brakes on that on my. No. That's fine because there's timed things to think about there.
I'm here.
Unrest is a temporary problem, and
On
it's
my way
not
to the capital.
a ticking clock. There are ticking clocks here to consider. Okay. Paraguay, Uruguay coming under my command. Probably do Peru next. Initiative could be a problem if I make an enemy of them. Alright, let's do this. $60 below cap. That is way more than I was
Things
expecting.
are cooling off.
Order is returning.
Oh dear. I don't know what they expect to do there. Probably fighting somebody. Interesting. That's very interesting.
Mission complete.
We're doing Mozambique and then Zimbabwe. What? Why do I have to go around? I absolutely fucking hate it when this happens. There's a consecutive... Whatever. Fine. I don't know how that works. I don't... Whatever.
Policy direction complete.
Zimbabwe, you're next. Trying to reroute armies that have already started moving is annoying, but that will take less time. Okay. That will have gotten a lot of my stuff up. Ooh, we are taking a loss of boost now. Interesting. That means we're building up some more boost in my boost factory here. What are my cooldowns for unifying here? October. I need to set a clock timer for that. Set that for October 1st.
Our people have taken control. Yeah, I've got enough room to take most of South America now. Beautiful. Victor 17 is the observer fleet. I don't know where they were, if not Earth Orbit 1 already.
We'll turn down the heat.
Standing by for order. Standing by for orders. We'll restore peace to this nation.
Reporting in.
At your service.
Ready for orders.
What's the op? We'll make our appeal.
Where to? We must persuade the people.
I'm here.
Just 4 reductions of unrest should be enough.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Okay, that looks good for the moment.
If we're not willing to spend whatever...
Space commerce done. Already selected our space future. Thanks for functioning as intended, research targeting. I have a feeling the AI might try to get ahead of me on that. We'll have to watch for the notifications. There's probably an org I can replace that one with. Yeah, we're selling this one and replacing it with that one that just spawned in, because that is one that gives the same stat, but gives some more bonuses. Slag valorization. That is, yeah, we definitely want that. Oh, we want that too. That's a lot of cool stuff.
The people will come to our side.
Commercial mining companies.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
That's what I'm talking about.
Violence is abating.
Things are stabilizing.
Order is returning.
Things are cooling off.
We just reduced it. Now it's going to pop right back up. That's okay. We prepared for this. We are 90 days away from federating Paraguay and Uruguay. Paraguay and Uruguay. Looks like Exodus decided to abandon some control points over here. That was their first mistake. It's going to really piss off the initiative if I take Argentina and Chile. They're just going to have to chill and deal with it. Next turn we declare on South Africa. Already rivaled with a few more as well. Actually got us some more GDP. But welfare is now increasingly cresting towards 4 again.
will try to sway the public.
Ready for my mission. I will tell our story. I'm here. Targeting their key people.
Where to? Ready to go. Making our case.
Ready for my mission. We must persuade the people.
Ready.
Ready for my mission. Tracking down.
What's the op? Targeting the opposition.
What's the up?
Oh, you know what? Chile was the one that I
Standing
want.
by.
I want to queue this one because we've got a guerrilla war popping up.
We'll make our appeal.
Reporting in. We must persuade the people.
Reporting in. We'll make our appeal. Where to?
So we're just gonna public campaign them, and I
Heading
should
to the
probably
capital.
open up one more war on this side. Malaysia's protect interest expired. That's okay. It's pretty well defended now with public support, massive majority. Nobody's gonna take a hit at that right now. Beautiful. And we are just a few days out from the next war.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
The people will come to our side.
We've moved the needle.
The people will come to our side.
The people will come to our side.
So that just got me an org. Oh, we need to get Southeast Asian Alliance researched. We're coming down the home stretch on that. We're about a month out from consolidating executive power in in Thailand.
Policy direction complete.
Sweet. So that war accomplished nothing. And I don't even think any shots were fired, but okay. Whatever you say, Resistance. Nuclear launch detected. Japan's got nukes. What an interesting turn of events. Ooh, that's, I've been waiting for that one. That's a good one. Space traffic control, 25% more to mission control. Alright, so who's my best command right now? That's gonna be either Jean-Noir or Ronald. Probably Jean-Noir, because she can freely updo it now.
I'm here.
Oh, she can't queue anymore. I gave Uxalt to somebody else. Well, that's okay. She'll make use of the command either way. For now, Agit Prop
We
over
must
in
persuade
Argentina.
the people. Your orders?
Ready.
Ronald, let's have a coup d'etat, shall we? I'm giving him 64 ops for this. I've got the ops
Time
for it.
for some new leadership.
Standing by for orders.
I will tell our story.
Strongest propagandists are on Argentina. We'll probably need a whole turn just for that.
We'll make our appeal.
Your orders?
I don't know how long it's going to take South Africa here. I'm going to go ahead and get the next two wars opened up. We've crossed the threshold on inequality. So I do need to revest my priorities in Africa.
Heading to the capital.
At your service.
What I'm going to do is take basically everything south of Kinshasa here. We're going to take Angola, we're going to take Namibia, and we're going to take Botswana, South Africa, and its breakaways here. So that after these two wars that I'm about to open up, that's 3 more wars for South, for the whole horn, as it were. Meanwhile, we've got a coup going in Chile. And I have no idea how many control points it's going to get me, but it's going to kick out. That's going to be more action economy. Yeah, I like that. Let's see if anybody hates me. The initiative actually tolerates me right now. That's really funny. That's really funny. They're not going to tolerate me after I coup Chile and crack down on Argentina. But that's their problem, not mine. They are a bit more dangerous than the other factions. They actually do have resources. It's not... They're not that dangerous, though. They're not humanity first. HF would be a very serious threat if they went to war against me. Alright, that's the updates. Okay, looking good. By the end of July, we'll have finished one of my projects. Southeast
Our
Asian Alliance.
advances in science and technology can be the key to the gates of heaven.
That is fusion. Somebody's doing the fusion. I'm a little overdue on that, actually. Network propaganda. Is that a prereq for? I know it's a prereq for something important. I didn't have an immediate plan for this particular global. There are many options. I feel like we could use an update to our missile tech. I am going to be relying on it alongside coil guns. Plasma weapons I don't intend on relying on. Plasma weapons are, as cool as they sound, human plasma never reaches the level of alien plasma. Ever. Alien plasma will always be better than ours. So we generally will be better off going a different route. At least that's the last I read of it, which was 2023, so I could be wrong about that. I'm not going to trust that we can do anything better. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Do we have room for... Yes, we do. No, we're doing missiles. I guess well, that makes sense. I didn't want that to happen, but I couldn't stop it. Hostile takeover defense 4. I should have, yeah, I trusted the fact that only they had somebody in Australia.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Basically, there was no stopping that. If they were going to do it, then they can do it.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us. The people will come to our side.
The government is in better hands now.
Well, that actually is... I don't know how to feel about that. Humanity First got a control point in Chile from the coup. Now I have to go against Humanity First. Fuck. They were the last people that I wanted to piss off right now. That just goes to show that coups really produce random results.
Policy direction complete.
Sawatini and Lesotho. They have nukes. Why do they have nukes? Tiny African nation doesn't have nukes. What the fuck's going on here? Oh, they're allied to Pakistan. I should have noticed that. So is Lesotho. Fuck. Well, I can't really... I shouldn't waste these turns, so we'll have to double back on them. Humanity First is going to hate me for this. They're really going to hate me for this. God damn it. Botswana, Namibia. Okay. They should have allied to somebody with nukes. Because then I would have nothing to do.
Policy direction complete.
I do definitely need to placate Humanity First. They're gonna get really pissed off at me by declaring these wars. it's not like they have that much room to complain. They've got a lot of nations on their side. They really shouldn't be worrying about such small fries. But the problem is, they take it personally every time. %100% of the time, they take it personally every time. So what that means is next turn we are doing these two nations that are, they've got powerful allies. I needed to redo my priorities in Africa. We need welfare and lots of it. That's good for now. I need inequality to be below 4 at all times, no exceptions. Oh, Humanity First just took executive in South Africa. Just in time for me to conquer it. That's mean. Oh, that's mean. That means they're going to take that personally. God. Oh, fate. What have you done to me? Ooh, look at that inequality. Pulling South Africa in got us 0.32. Ooh, that's a big oofers right there. That is what I... Okay, it also brought up our per capita GDP. Yeah, at this point, we're actually unironically risking inequality being an extremely serious problem. So we're going to stick with that for now. It's a little pitiful, but we need it. Got to fix them problems. We have the technology. We can repair it. All right. 2 coups coming right up. Brenda is going to take Chile because of course she is.
Bringing them to our side.
Where do you need me?
I have got to assume that Humanity First is going to defend this control point in Chile. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. I want to contact Humanity First and placate them, if I can. So maybe I will surveil this location.
Surveillance.
So when they inevitably send a counselor over there to protect it, I'll find them. I'll find that counselor.
Ready for orders.
Reporting in.
That's going to have to be insurance in case they...
Going after their people.
Where do you need me?
Okay, here we go. We're not going to crack
orders.
that down. We're just going to boost our successes.
I will tell our story.
Your orders?
I'm going to have Ronaldo take a hit at this, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, so be it. Everybody else is going to agitprop.
We'll make our appeal.
Argentina.
Standing by.
At the end of next turn, I will consolidate enough power in Thailand to federate it into Indonesia. Or rather, federate Indonesia into Thailand. My protect interest expired in African Union. That's okay for the moment because I have a feeling it's going to get another control point soon. I think it's well on its way to being a 5-point nation. If it's not by the time I've taken everything in the south here, then yeah, we'll deal with that as it comes. Alright, hopefully humanity first sends somebody down here.
On Overwatch.
Each and every
Antimatter containment already? Alright then. Cool. Very cool. Magnetic nozzles, possibly. Yeah, magnetic nozzles. Except I can't. What's the prereq? Magnetic plasma confinement. Okay. Glorious. Alright then. Gotta be like that.
We've moved the needle.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
But it's enough. Space traffic control. Slush hydrogen tankage, this is an important one. That one's coming right up next. Oh, this is also very important. We have a lot of important small form projects here. I'm going to try to select ones that don't overlap with other things that we're working on. Water purification techniques will pop soon, then I'll divert over to slush hydrogen tankage. That slush hydrogen tankage will be significant for, well, maybe significant for getting a little more out of our pebble drives. Particle collider. That gets us a foot in the door on antimatter production. Alright, we're going to need to divert significant assets to reduce unrest in Africa after the end of this turn.
Our supporters are in place.
Humanity First did not send anybody to Chile, so I guess that means they don't care about it. I mean, it was kind of a fluke that they got somebody in there in the first place. Ooh, Argentina has got a lot of unrest. I'm gonna probably want to tamp that down. A coup would be a nice pressure valve. Get that out of their system. But that would. Yeah, let's we're gonna coup Argentina as well. Does anybody war me yet? Nobody wars me yet. Nobody tolerates me, but nobody wars me. I'm doing real good at the whole centrist thing. I'm doing real good at centrism right now. Radical alt-centrist. Radical alt-centrist Thunderblaze is on the case. Alright, Ronald, how hard would this be? That's not too hard. We can handle that. We can handle that. 32 ops. 32 ops for our guy.
Subverting the government.
And Brenda will support him with another agitprop.
We must persuade the people.
Ready to go.
Almost everybody else is going to be needed to unrest reduction in Africa.
We'll restore peace to this nation. Standing by for orders.
Well, actually.
Acknowledged.
I'm here.
Ready.
At your service.
Worry is going to coup one of these two here, SOP. Because this is going to get them out of their current alliance.
Time for a change.
Acknowledged. We'll turn down the heat.
Ready for my mission.
Okay, honestly, Purge is probably more effective than
Terminating the opposition.
Where do you need me? Terminating the opposition.
So we're only actually getting 2 unrest reductions there. I don't think Humanity First would forgive me if I took Angola from them right now. I might actually hold off on Angola. It's big. It is big. You know what? Let's take a look and see who's got what. Most of their fleet is currently at an asteroid or Mars. That's very significant. If they declare war on me as a faction, they are in a position to immediately fuck with me at Mars. And I've already diverted significant resources to not wanting that to be a problem. So I'm not going to try to piss them off any further until I've placated them a bit. Initiative has... They had some people at Mars, but they're moving them to Earth. Neat. What are these guys doing that gets some 20 KPS right now? Oh, it's a fucking Lars drive. It's a fucking Lars drive. What are these morons? This is an unbelievable waste of resources right here. Yeah. Fucking... They're not going to get anything done with any of these ships. 20 KPS is just a meme. The Resistance has basically no fleets. The Resistance keeps wasting their fucking time on wars on Earth. Look at all these armies that Russia's got. They got 7 armies up here. They could be spending that IP on something else, you know? But no. Hey, I just know what they fucking want. What else is new? Okay, I think this is good. A lot of my boost is getting eaten up by these admin towers. But Indonesia is compensating well enough for now. SAU lost its protection as well. I really need to find somebody from Humanity First and contact them. I can get them to be happy quite easily because I do intend on giving them one of my HABs. Sweet. A little bit less debris in Tiangong orbit. you.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Alright, so let's see how coups end up in Argentina here.
Order is returning.
I'm expecting, my expectation is to come at with at least one command point and the initiative losing 2.
Things are stabilizing.
Ooh, a crit. Thank you, Whitney. Thanks for that.
Our people are in charge.
Okay, I got 2. That's almost exactly what I wanted out of that. Glorious. Cohesion is exactly 2, so the coup did not get the mini cohesion. That's a problem. We're going to need to fix that right away. Alright, so I'm going to send worry to the European Union and try to find a Humanity First counselor. Ooh. Libya. Interesting decision. India has not even reached 4.0 military tech. And they've got a grand total of, what, 1 navy? They've literally got 1 navy. That means they've... I don't know how they're going to get their armies there. Maybe they've got a path. Maybe they're just being idiots again. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, how is that possible? How did they declare war on Chile when Chile is allied to South American Union? That should have brought them into... God damn it. Fuck. Okay, I'm starting to reconsider everything about the resistance. I was considering not kicking them out of the East Pacific here, or I'm sorry, the South Pacific. But if they want to play hardball, okay, I'll play hardball. They're playing hardball with the wrong person because they've got no space assets. The only reason Humanity First and Initiative are a threat to me is because they can fuck with me in space. Resistance can't. Stupid AI doing stupid dumbass shit. I don't want a war between the United States, Russia, and South Korea right now. That might be the only way to stop them. I don't know if I want that. I really don't know if I want that. They started this. I'm gonna finish it.
Our associates are now in charge.
Fuck off with your nuclear ally. Got time for this shit.
We are in control now.
I hate to leave a job unfinished, but I've got work to do. I can't have the resistance fucking up what I've gotten started here. Well, who would have guessed that it would be Chile that would get the United States and Russia to finally declare war on each other? What a strange world we live in now. I don't see African Union expanding its control points anytime soon for now. So I'm going to go ahead and defend interests up there.
Securing our control.
And South American Union.
Securing our interests. Ready
Meanwhile,
to go.
we need to set policy in the U.S. I need to find a Humanity First counselor.
Eyes up.
What's the op?
This is gonna hurt. It's gonna really hurt.
Time to make our move.
But I'm not
Your
giving up
orders?
on this. This is my fault. I did this.
Establishing our presence.
I should have
Where to?
immediately. I should have immediately allied as soon as I had executive control. I should have allied with the United States.
I will tell our story.
Stupid as it is that I have to do that. I'm even going to do it to nations that I probably don't have to do it. Okay. Proceeding.
Making things safe for our people.
Setting a watch.
Yeah, good luck with that. They're gonna learn if they actually if they don't cancel these movements. The FAFO is about to occur. I really don't want to do this to the resistance. They're very useful, but they shouldn't have attacked me. That was their. I mean, I did that, but they also. I let it happen, but they made it happen. That's the best way I can phrase it.
Mission complete.
We have gained significant support.
Never again am I going to leave an opening like that. Ooh, next turn. Next turn we federate the Guays here. Uruguay and Paraguay. Oh, that's not good. I'm incurring the anger of the aliens somehow. I'm actually curious exactly how. It's not mission control. I haven't made any loud movements against the servants or the, I don't know. That's not good. I wonder if they just think I'm getting too powerful. Don't be a fool. I'm too powerful. You know, it actually is worth a try to see if they will seek peace. I wonder if they realize they've made a mistake yet. If they have, great. I would like to seek peace immediately. So what I'm going to do is set policy twice here in
Heading to the capital. What's the off?
South American Union.
On my way to the capital.
For those two federations that
Reporting
should
in.
be ready to start. That might be cutting it a bit close, but whatever. That I can do. We're actually overdue for federating Thailand and Indonesia and Timor-Leste, so we're actually doing a lot of federating here.
Time to make our move.
Where do you need me?
Ready to go.
You know,
Where do
let's
you
do
need
this
me?
backwards.
Time to make our move.
Acknowledged.
Your orders.
I'm doing this backwards. I'm setting policy.
Restoring order.
Where do you need me?
And the reason I'm doing it like this, I'm having these guys at the bottom
Heading
of
to
my
the capital.
counselor list
At your service.
Set policy last, because that should hopefully run at the clock on these executive consolidations. I have no idea if it will work, but that's a play that I'm making. I know that 11 days wasn't enough. I'm about to find out if 10 days or 9 days is enough. I hate cutting it close like this, but that, if I can pull it off, it's very optimal. Alright, here goes. Let's see if anybody hates me after that war declaration. Somehow the resistance still don't hate me. Oh no, North Korea gets a little bit of GDP. Amazing. Yeah, that's right. My army beat you there, bitch. It's almost as if your armies are bad and you shouldn't have tried anything with it. What can I do to help Argentina here? Nothing. There's nothing I can do to help Argentina right now. I mean, maybe if this is a success. Hey, sweet.
Things are stabilizing.
Hell yeah. Shanwa's coming through for me there. Yeah, alright. Go for it. All 6 of the United States armies are waiting for South Korea here. Don't try it, kid. Just go home. Just go home.
Mission complete.
Ah, look at that. Look at that. 100% chance of them accepting peace. It's almost as if they were very woefully unprepared for this. Good. Go home, kids. You're not gonna die today. You don't have to die. Go home.
Mission complete.
All right. In the meantime, better. I cut that pretty close too. I managed to get peace right when their fucking armies were right there. Oh, that was a screenshot moment. Too late. I'm gonna have to go back and screenshot that later.
Policy direction complete.
What happened there? What seems to have happened there? I don't know. I don't care. SCAA is going to have to wait for a bit then. I actually had a feeling that this might happen. It's because Indonesia has its own federation. It can't be a federation and join another one. So I need to unify Indonesia before I can federate Thailand, which is okay. That's fine. We're like a month and a half away or something like that. We're fine.
Mission complete.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I have 0 days left. I have 0 days left to consolidate executive power. Okay, I've learned my lesson. Don't try it. That's the lesson I've learned. Don't try it. I need to stop trying it.
Mission complete.
He tried it. What can I say? More chemical rockets. More power to me. Speaking of... I'm actually desperately in need of some welfare boosts. That will go to good use, very good use. Alright, so the United States armies can go back to what they were doing in Africa now. feel like I did a really good job there, just narrowly avoiding army clash. That was a Cuban Missile Crisis moment right there. That was an unironic Cuban Missile Crisis moment. I can still do fun things in this game, even though it's a big old dice rolling simulator most of the time. I think Jakarta and Medan, that's just both Indonesia, isn't it? Jakarta right here, right? Come on, give me my mouse over. Okay, yeah, Medan right there, Jakarta right there. So that's something I could have done a while ago. Sometimes I like to wait to do those until the economy goes way up. But I think it's going to specifically focus on local economies. So, okay. I don't think I ever fully decided, or I ever figured out whether it was better to wait or just do it. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna keep going on ship improvements. Okay, how long until I can unify Timor-Leste here? March? Fuck. "26th of October for Malaysia, and then 10th of November for Brunei. Theoretically, I should be able to... I can't even finish that sentence. I need to find... I need... Oh, here we go.
Eyes on target.
Ready to go.
I think I can go back to advising now.
Standing by for orders. Lending my expertise.
Ready for orders.
What's the op? Offering counsel.
I am not... I'm like 2
Reporting
points below cap, so I can at least say that I'm not letting admin cap go unused. Now, what do I do with my admin cap once I start getting it back from these unifications? Probably going for Saudi Arabia. That's probably the next target. And because of that,
Establishing contact.
I'm here.
I might be,
On my way to the capital.
Ready to go.
oh, right, I need to do... I need to
On my
redo
way
these
to
Federation
the-
attempts.
Standing by. Time to make our move.
I've got the U.S. armies going back to Africa for these last 2 unaffiliated joints. I might just take Angola by a different method. I don't know. I wish I understood exactly how much offense they would take. But I found one of the counselors, so as long as that counselor doesn't go to ground, I can contact them, and I'm just gonna hand them. I'm gonna hand them one of my sites, probably. Am I? Maybe I'll hand them an org. They definitely like orgs. I'll give them one that I haven't used in a long time. I'll give them the security one. They like security, wouldn't
We'll
they?
open a channel.
Your collusion with the great enemy is a threat. Cease your activities against us or suffer the consequences.
The consequences. So how about... Okay. He'll go right back to being displeased with me.
Lending my
But for now, they
expertise.
tolerate me now, or at least they better. Well, no, they don't tolerate me. But you know what? That improved relations enough, they'll probably tolerate me taking one more of their small African nations that they didn't bother to ally with anybody. So that's really, I mean, yeah, they should have done that. They really should have done that. Okay, I'm gonna set the speed to like after these missions pop.
Progress.
After these missions pop, I'm gonna go ahead and set the speed a little lower. I have to step away briefly. Did you guys believe that I never got the achievement for have control of 20 different nations? I've never actually gotten that achievement. I don't really care about Steam achievements that much. It's just something that sometimes I kind of want to go for if it's right in front of me. But I won't be changing my long-term strategy to do it. And this would be one of the only times that I actually have a chance to do it, is in these awkward phases where I'm grabbing a bunch of nations that I want to roll into bigger ones, as I am a Mega Nation fan. I could probably pull it off. There would be no better time than now. Okay, I'll think about that. I have to step away.
Offering assistance.
Let's continue with that. Let's continue with this. Oh, this one. Oh, this is a bad one. This is a bad one. Wet bulb temperatures are that's a global warming consequence that we haven't seen very much of in most of the world yet. Big yet. I'm always down for public opinion boost. Yeah, see, wet bulb, if you ever hear that word, what it means, it's just a threshold that heat and humidity combined reach a threshold where humans can't cool themselves just by sweating, because the humidity is literally just that dense.
We've got some intel on our targets.
Okay. welcome, guys. You're welcome.
Policy direction complete.
Federation time.
Policy direction complete.
Okay, I'm going to set the speed to like 3 and then step away for a minute here. And then when I get back, we shall do... I will consider my next options because I have a lot of options. Almost too many, but we'll get there. I should be right back. Alright, I have returned. Yeah, convoluted. That's putting it nicely. That is definitely putting it nicely. Yeah, the early game grind. If you can survive the early game grind, guess what? You've got another grind for the late game grind. It kind of starts to become a different game in the late game. How are we looking here? To be entirely honest, I find certain parts of the late game very fun. Asterisk. It's right. Yeah. No, that is 100% accurate. I was talking a little bit earlier. I was actually talking about feeling an urge to play Space Engineers. It's a little bit like KSP light, like very light. The physics engine isn't anywhere near as good as KSP, and I haven't even gotten that acquainted to it, but this is a game that tries to be multiple games at once, and the second game doesn't get to come out a lot until the late game. There seems to be even more depth to the second game, the ship combat game. There seems to be even more depth to it than what I'm used to, so I'm not able to speculate on that exactly at the moment, but I'm sure it's interesting. I mean, I found it interesting previously. I found it very interesting. It was a little easier at the time. I made fleets of green phaser ships, and they just steamrolled everybody. The devs have nerfed green phasers, I understand. Or phasers in general, actually. Yeah, I know. setting reminders for myself there. Gonna have more of those more frequently. Right. Right. One of the things I said in my initial review of the game is that this game does a pretty fantastic job of bridging the gap between the modern world and a Stellaris campaign. So the desire, if you're familiar with Stellaris and you are feeling the desire to play it, I definitely think that is a feature, almost. Just the way it seems to very smoothly do it. I did that back in 2022 when I finished my Resistance campaign. I just jumped straight into a Stellaris campaign that lasted for a couple hundred hours after that. Yeah. The real-time mix between real-time and mission phases. I don't hate it. It's not the best system, though. They could have optimized it a little better. But they made some decisions early on and kind of got stuck with it. And now there's definitely no going back, which, I don't know. It's hard to say that I even have a very strong opinion of it overall. I've just come to accept it, so whether that's a good thing or a not so good thing is going to be up to user interpretation. I don't know if I'll be able to actually say definitively whether it's better or not. They've definitely missed on some good chances to make things better. I'll put it that way. We are probably going to need some unrest reductions in South America here. Almost certainly. Who needs it the most? Argentina, Chile. I do not care about those two. In fact, those two are going to get war declared.
Where to?
How is it running?
I will help.
You know, that's an interesting question because I don't know what is. I have seen a few frame drops, but nothing that has made it anywhere remotely unplayable. Where's my sys info? Here it is. not taking up more than half of one of my RTX 4090s, so it's not graphics. What I would need to do is keep an eye on this and see what peaks when I do get the slowdowns. It's probably CPU. I too have a 16 core. This is a Ryzen 9 7950X3D. Basically one of the best CPUs that AMD made for desktops back in 2023. I have not even looked at CPUs since then. And with the memory situation being what it is, I don't want to. That's a terrifying prospect to consider. But where to get? I'm gonna put this somewhere off to the side and make it smaller and give me some control one? No. That's not it. Forgot my own key bindings. That's what I'm talking about. I can leave it on screen that way. Excellent. Yeah. 950X. I don't know if the X3D has actually helped that much. It has been
Ready for my mission.
proclaimed to be good technology. But yeah, I've not seen CPU peak that high, but it probably will if I do something like, if I select increase on rest. No? Maybe not. If I try to do something that's going to get it to... Yeah, see it briefly peaks up to 25%, but I'm not seeing it get that bad. 20, maybe 30. Yeah, it's all holding steady for now. Probably. Anyway, we've got some unrest to be reducing and wars to be declaring. I think I can save the situation in Argentina. It's just going to be very difficult. Actually, look at that. The baseline unrest is all the way down at 3. So Argentina will eventually take care of itself. It's Chile that won't. Chile will not take care of itself. What's the big difference there? I have no idea what the big difference is there. But I do need a pressure release on,
We'll restore peace
pressure
to this
release
nation.
on Argentina there.
Standing by for orders.
I'm going to give some rivals to Argentina as well. That will help with the cohesion problem. Yeah, now the cohesion is not all the way on the floor.
Heading to the capital.
Ready for my mission.
Alright, let's see how that plays out.
Expertise.
So now I'm moving the clock. Oh, we found an alien. I wasn't expecting to find an alien, but that was a stroke of luck. We need to capture one. I need to pop the cork on that. I'm going to go ahead and capture this alien here. I suppose one thing I got to keep in mind with the CPU usage here is that a lot of the game is single core, and the overall the thing down here doesn't show. Interesting. Very interesting. FFPlay is using a little more than Terra Invicta is right now. If you own North America, is there any negative to you using your armies to conquer? That's going to depend on the current situation. When you declare war, it increases your cohesion unless it is a rivalry you recently created. So if you want to declare war to conquer a nation, you generally want to make them a rival and then wait for a bit and then declare war. Then you'll get a lot of cohesion. If you do that too much, then your cohesion goes up and your research gains go down. You want cohesion to be around 5, and declaring wars can very quickly increase or decrease based on how you do it. So the most I can say about declaring wars is pay attention to your cohesion, especially your unrest, but cohesion more than anything. Wait a minute, I'm looking at research. Is that because, yes, I need a project. Categories. So for the meta for today, the meta schedule, I do think I'm going to have to call it at the end of this year. So we'll probably end the stream when we get to January 1st, 2036. Exactly 1 decade from in real life here. I could do no worse than this one here. Yeah, that's interesting. I could not see any spikes in CPU use. It probably is CPU. One of the things that the devs warn about when you're selecting your campaign settings, how many space objects there are. A high number of space objects is for those who really hate their CPU. Yeah, this looks that looks good.
Person of interest, surveilled.
I could flip that guy pretty easy. It's probably going to go to ground, though.
Things are cooling off.
Mission complete.
Wait. I thought the Russia-Chile war was done. Oh, the United States is still at war. I didn't realize that. The United States is still at war because Chile backed out, but the U.S. didn't. That's not good. Okay. I mean, it's not like they would do anything. Russia wouldn't dare attack the United States directly. Not in this universe. Or in real life for now.
Mission complete.
Exotic hybrid systems has been researched. That's pretty cool. Not that I can do anything with exotics yet, but I'll take it. And I cannot forget that there is an alien I need to investigate. Investigate and capture. Oh, great. There's a bunch of protect interests I gotta do next.
Acknowledged.
But first things first, let's get some investigation on you.
Investigating target.
See if I can flip this
Your
guy.
orders?
I'll make an offer they can't refuse.
Ready for my mission.
Yeah. It does take... You've got to progress your faction objectives to get to the point where you can capture them. If you hit F1, it shows your objectives. The top list campaign objectives will give you... It'll kind of tell you what to do before you can get to that point. So I need one guy going to the U.S. to set policy. I can get out of that war.
On my way to the capital.
Ready for orders. We'll make things safe.
There's a couple things. For one, xenoflora. If it gets to a certain density, it starts spawning armies. The icon you're looking for is this one right here, this ugly looking, where it actually looks like a little, it looks like one of the flood forms. When you start seeing these are going to get to the point where they'll start spawning armies. I don't care about the ones here because that is India, and that is owned by the servants, and the servants, if they want to spawn megafauna armies in their own territory, they can do that, I don't care. But if I see something like that icon outside of servant territory, I'm going to go clear it up. And you can fully wipe it out, but you need to, in order to wipe it out, you'll need to you'll attack it, until it disappears, and then when it disappears you need to surveil location. That will reveal it again, and you can usually finish it off at that point. You might have to do that a few times. But you can completely eliminate it from an area, like I did in, well, I got pretty close to removing it from West Africa here. But then some of it's popping up in Central Africa. I just need to make sure that it doesn't get dense to the point of spawning another megafauna. Which should be easy enough. I think this current assignment loadout is good. Thozo, conquered. These are very small places. Very easy to conquer.
Offering support.
Offering counsel.
Surveillance complete. We've gained an agent.
Sweet, I've got somebody in Humanity First. So my eyes are now their eyes. I wish that also made it so that I could keep track of how they felt about me. But not that far. Still haven't fixed my boost problem. Indonesia is failing me. I guess that's fine. Oh, next turn. Next turn we're unifying. Yep, 2 unifications next turn. Right on time. Alright, I gotta improve things in Africa. Work to do there. Ashland. That's a fun name. I'm going to set my armies in China to purge some xenoflora. Because now I can see the xenoflora. Well, they're not going to be able to finish it off. Yeah, they're not going to be able to finish it off. Remember, armies can't finish off xenoflora because that's for counselors to do. Okay.
Things are cooling off.
Policy direction complete.
Cool. Took longer than I would have liked, but I've got a little bit more mining now. That will help with my water income. Hey, MO1 just got a pretty hefty bonus. I think that might have been one of my... Hang on, MO1 just got a mining bonus, and I think that might have been a... That was probably uranium. Yeah, we just got some more uranium from MO1. That's cool. What just happened? Oh, the aliens defeated the resistance at a space battle at Deimos. That's not good. The aliens have a Doom fleet out here. I don't know if I would call that a Doom fleet. It's not good, though. Okay, that's actually pretty... That's, for the current stage of the game, that's pretty bad. Resistance is going to lose Zhanghe Station. These guys are dead, too. Humanity First is going to lose their fleets around Mars at that rate. Yeah, Humanity First has got a fleet here with 141 fleet power. The Alien Doom fleet there has got 700. Humanity First doesn't stand a chance. So Humanity First space game is about to become a guerrilla war. That's not the worst thing in the world. In fact, for me, I can use it to my advantage, but that means time is running out for me. If aliens have already got Doom fleets out there cleaning up the human factions, then... Okay. Good to know. Yes, it can.
Acknowledged.
Reporting in.
Ready.
You telling me that Worry can't detain? What? Really? Okay. Spy can't detain somebody. TIL. TI-fucking-L. That's a rather hefty loss. The counselors that I have who can detain are nowhere near capable of being able to hit an alien. The ability to detain a counselor is very rare. In terms of getting it from an org. Delta Force can do it. Okay. That's fine. I just need to do some rotation then. Worry is currently holding on to 2 Special Forces groups. If I take those off of her, and I give Delta Force to Worry, Worry can now detain Brenda can hold on to that in the meantime. Snow Leopard. That's also another option. You know what? We're doing Snow Leopard instead. Let's revert the changes. Snow Leopard Commando Group can do Detain Counselor. I didn't even know that. So that's just a 1-for-1 then. One of these Special Forces groups goes back to Brenda, and Worry can now detain, and that also gives her a little bit more investigation. Confirm changes. Worry is now at 23 investigation. But wait, there's more. We can give her enhanced census. We have the technology. Her investigation is now 24. We're gonna have to get some more intel on that target. Hello. Why is Investigate Counselor only 38%? Oh, that's local control points, right? The alien is in India now. And that makes it much harder for anybody to do their job.
Surveilling targets.
Acknowledged.
Ready.
Damn it. Okay. Well, I've got 2 free counselors left, and I need 2 unifications, so coming right up.
Heading to the capital.
At your service.
If I'm lucky, the alien will move out of India. But while the alien is in India, I can't do anything against it. So for now, I'm just going to keep chasing it with Worry and building some intel. That'll be a bit of a tax on my stockpile of ops, but I can do that. Oh, it just disappeared.
Mission canceled.
The fucking thing just disappeared. What happened? Humanity First didn't do anything to it.
Ready to sabotage.
Did it go to ground? Aliens don't go to ground. Okay, whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. Just gonna have to find another alien, I guess.
Violence is abating.
Alright, time for some unification. Ooh, free, It'd be funny if I had money. I'd be able to do even more.
Policy direction complete.
Unify with Malaysia. That got some inequality going. That's okay. Line go up everywhere else.
Mission complete.
Okay. Indonesia is no longer in a federation, so theoretically I should now be able to put Indonesia. Yeah. It's all coming together.
No matter what we do.
Advanced Missile Warfare Doctrine. Antimatter weaponry is theoretically, I could already research it. It's a little early for that. Nobody would be able to touch it. I think the time has come for exo-atmospheric fighters because we can now... they haven't been a threat to me for a while, so... See, the thing is with exo-atmospheric fighters is I didn't want the AI building them. Still really don't want the AI building them. It's a fucking waste of IP. But I can't stop them at this point, so... there's too many things that... It's a prerequisite for trans-interface warfare, which is a prerequisite for network global defense, which is a prerequisite for too many other things. It's just, we have to do it eventually. And at this point, it makes sense to get it out of the way. Okay. Frag torpedoes. I don't see that going anywhere. I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try.
It'll be working for us soon.
Ready to go.
I have no idea where that alien went. If it went to ground, I didn't know that they could even do that. But if it did go to ground, then it can't have gotten too far because they don't. I'm pretty sure aliens still don't fly.
Initiating surveillance.
Your orders?
I could be wrong on that.
Heading to the capital.
We're almost ready for some federating down here, I think. Yeah, next turn, or the turn after next. January 1st, probably. Because we've only got 2 turns left. Well, maybe not. Yeah, next time we'll have to... Next time will be the time that we... Most of South America will be in the SAU. Yeah. Save that in my notes for next time. Okay, this looks good for now. Hey, more welfare for everybody. Targeted community support. We'll target the hell out of those communities. City quantum computing. I'm sure quantum computing will work. It's not like we, Oh, I don't need, I'm not in a position where I'm really that... I'm not that pained for, yeah, I would sooner do something like this. In fact, I should. Economy investments at this point are actually important to me.
Offering assistance. Initiating recon.
Lending my expertise.
I won't be able to use that, probably ever, but it's cool.
We've turned them to our cause.
So without even trying,
Let them find out.
I've got an agent in the servants now. That should actually help me significantly finding an alien. The servants have a tendency to know where they are.
Order is returning.
Hell yeah, I love it when I get a crit on that.
Policy direction complete.
And SEAA now makes the list as well. That will be 16 June 2036. So next time, at the beginning of next stream, we've got a lot going on for us. Huh! Would you look at that? World War III has started. Russia is invading Lithuania, Poland, Ireland, and Italy. What an interesting turn of events. That's just the resistance being the resistance right there. Oh, the servants need to get out of Russia. I need to help them with that. Found another alien. Shit. This was exactly what I was trying to prevent. God damn it. Okay, so good things and bad things have happened. Let's see if these guys will ally with me. Sierra Leone under the control of these assholes. Yeah, of course they'll take an ally from the United States. Okay, my armies are right over here. We can handle that. At least it is on the coastline there. I had thought that I had got the xenoflora down there tamped down so much that wouldn't happen. I was wrong. We've got a xenoflora to kill now, or a megafauna. We are living in interesting times, that's for sure.
What's the op? Surveilling target.
Ready for orders. Standing by. Initiating surveillance.
At your service.
We'll make things safe.
I should... Oh, it's already protected, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, final turn for this stream. I have a couple of things I'll be handling this afternoon that'll be fun. Nothing too
Offering
shabby.
support.
Offering assistance.
I have
Hey,
new
there we go.
information.
Okay, I was wrong. Aliens fly all over the planet now.
We've got some intel on our target.
This guy was... okay, okay
Things are
then.
stabilizing.
Violence is abating.
Cool. Okay, about to call it here. That is underway. We've got a battle going on here. That would be 6 U.S. armies versus 1 megafauna. That thing will be gone momentarily. Probably not by the end of this turn, but yeah, lots of fireworks for Freetown. All right, January 1st. 2036. We are going to make a new save here. Let me just get some missions out while I still have it fresh in my mind what needs to happen next.
Where to?
I need to get unrest off of the backs of the African Union here. Yeah, I think we've got...
At your service.
This guy is going to be hard to tamp down.
We'll see what they're up to.
Seeing as the aliens can fly around now, I won't take any chances. We'll investigate with both of my investigative counselors.
We'll see what they're up to.
Standing by for orders.
And Ronald can assist with reducing unrest in the African nation.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Alright, so that is my missions taken care of for next time. Everybody's hard at work. This is gonna be good. Get a screenshot. Alright, good progress. So we saved the game here underscore part 3 end. Or actually, part 4 end. This is part 4. Boom. Alright folks, I shall catch you guys tomorrow. my streaming schedule is leaning in the direction of weekend stuff now, so it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, with a few exceptions here and there as I'm figuring things out with my on-site work, which is going to be keeping me there in the middle of the week. Alright folks, catch you guys next time. Hope you all enjoyed this.